7:07. We'll get started. We'll call to order the full city council for August 1st, 2023. The clerk will call the roll for attendance.
Anderson Burgos,
Here.
Bartley, Givner, Jordan,
Here.
Maldonado Velez, McGee,
Here.
McGivern,
Here.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Here.
Puello,
Here.
Israel Rivera, Jenny Rivera, Tallman,
Here.
Bacon.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America.
the city of Holyoke
And the city council.
The month of August.
and the March Madness meeting. All right, just kidding. All right, so before we get started, we need a motion to take a roll call vote for the purposes of this meeting for all motions to receive, refer items to committee, remove items from the table, place them on the table, package them together, suspend the rules unless there is an objection. And that's because we do have counselors online.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? With that, we have Councilor Maldonado Velez will be joining us, so will Councilor Bartley. They're on the way now. They're just running late. Councilor Murphy Ramboletti is online. Happy birthday to your mom. Councilor Jenny Rivera is at work, so she won't be making it tonight. Councilor Izzy Rivera is traveling for vacation, and so is Councilor Givner. So just the update for those who are at home. With that, item number 1.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I'd like to move item 2. I'd like to make a motion to take up item 2 and move the petition for a meeting of the citizens as it's a properly certified petition and required under our charter.
So a motion is taken from off the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And this is that a meeting for the city council, question for a vote on the CPA rate of 1% or 1.5 be placed on the November 2023 ballot. And this was a petition from the citizens, so removing it from the table and then sending it to finance to have the hearing on it, of the petition. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Next is public comment. For in the chamber, we have one signed up. That is Patricia Devine. Member, state your name, address, and then I will turn it over to you, and then we'll go to those who are online, if there's anyone online.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
This in no way is meant to be any kind of a criticism. My apologies in advance if it might appear that way. The Ordinance Committee was taking up item 7 on June 27th, 2023 on their agenda, which I will read for you. In special cases, the mayor or city council, through its majority vote, may authorize and require the department to secure the advice or services of such additional counselors as they may deem best. No money shall be paid for the legal services except as expressly authorized by this chapter. The mayor shall fund any authorization approved by the council under this section. If you were to review the meeting on the 27th, you will note that the committee decided to take up 2 paragraphs separately. The first motion was for the vote on paragraph 1. It was seconded. That vote was 3 in favor, 2 against. It is under number 29C on your agenda. However, in regard to the second paragraph, after much discussion, there was a motion and a second to accept paragraph 2. That motion failed by a vote of 2 in favor and 3 against. In my opinion, once this vote was taken and recorded, any discussion should have ended there. It did not. There was no motion to reconsider the vote, and instead it was tabled. The councilors who voted in the minority would then be given an opportunity to present what's called a minority report. Again, this did not happen. I seriously believe that if you go through the committee meeting again, you will see that 2 legitimate votes did occur, and both of these votes should be on your agenda this evening in order that it may not appear to be a violation of the open meeting law. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one else in the chamber? Anyone online? So none online. That'll take us to communications. 3 is from the mayor. Executive Order Section 18-35, vacant buildings. Motion be receive. Send it to public safety, or
Safety.
Yep.
all those in
DGR?
favor?
Aye.
Never mind.
DGNR?
But- No, it's okay.
DGNR. All those in favor?
Whatever makes the most sense. Okay.
4 is from the mayor, hereby appoint for the Democratic member for the Board of Registered Voters for the City of Holyoke, Haley Dunn of 1099 Northampton Street.
Motion to receive?
Motion is to receive.
Would that have to go to public service?
I don't think
I mean,
Yeah,
she's been on
it-
before. I mean, if,
so.
Yeah, she served before. I
She's already
mean,
been on.
it's up to the board. You can send it to public service, but Haley's been
She's
there
been here
before.
before.
She was replaced by Ray Dranowski. Now Ray is taking a step down, and she's going back in.
can we just accept it then? The
We
mayor's,
can, yeah, 'cause it's someone that's
the council's
always been
okay with that?
I mean, she was nominated by the Democratic City Committee, right?
there. Yep.
Yeah, I think we should
So-
support it then,
Yeah.
because the mayor is supposed to select one that's recommended by the Democratic City Committee. He picked, and
Right.
we know Haley very well. She's
Yeah.
great. So I think we should just support her, yeah.
All right, so motion is received, confirm the appointment.
Confirm.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 5 is hereby approved for the Library Board of Directors, R. Andrew Parker. He will serve,
Receive and send to public service?
so this is public service
Second.
to February 2025. So this is public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? 6 is appointment of the members of the Recycling
Public service.
Advisory Committee, and there's a list of them, so this will go to public service. All those in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? 7 is from the mayor. It's emails providing feedback from various department heads regarding financial policies to finance.
Or, well,
Ordinance.
I think there's an order filed to send it to ordinance. the
Okay.
book.
To ordinance. All those in favor?
A copy of finance?
And a copy to finance. So 2 ordinance, copy to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Do
opposed?
do you want to do the orders now, Mr. President, or do you want to wait until we get to those?
You can,
That's related to that?
yeah, you want
Yeah.
to bring it up?
I think it's, let's see here, let me skip ahead. Let's see here. We have, what late file is it? Is it D? A, okay, so we have late file A, and we also have agenda item 47. If we could make a motion to take these two as a package and take final action on late file A.
Second.
So late file A, no. That was me. So B.
C.
C.
So B, is it from you, Counselor Jordan?
It should be from
So
me.
B. So it's B.
Is it B? Okay, all right. We're getting there.
Late file B.
Late file B.
It's not midnight yet. We got. All right. So late file B, and then what else?
Item 47.
47. So take up 40. Go out of order. Take up 47 and late file B as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 47's from Counselor Jordan that the cooking company be invited to a future finance subcommittee meeting to review the recent health insurance analysis. And then B, will let the city council review and adopt the mayor's proposal for policies by ordinance. So 47 and late file B to ordinance.
Yes, or if they want, we could send one to finance, but my recommendation at this time is to keep them both together because I think that was the intent.
Well, we just
Copy to
took.
finance.
we
With a
just
copy to
took-
finance.
Yeah, you did 7, copy to finance, then to ordinance. I'd say 47 and B do the same
Okay, ordinance with a copy to finance.
for both. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Could I just make one brief comment on these?
Sure, go ahead.
I did want to say thank you to Mayor Garcia for a lot of hard work, as well as the Mass DOR, the Division of Local Services that help us put this financial policies package together. Also want to thank a number of our department heads that gave a lot of great feedback on this. So this is going to be something that is very extensive and very comprehensive, and I encourage all my colleagues to get a copy of this and begin to review this. This is a major thing for the city of Holyoke to have all of these policies and procedures implemented by ordinance, and this is really a great thing for the city of Holyoke, and is really going to help us on our financial improvement in the future. So this is great. I appreciate everyone to date's efforts in this regard, and look forward to that review.
With that, on to 8, mayor's notice holding a hearing for Comcast license renewal on September 14th, 2023. Motion be received. Do you want to send it to committee or just receive it?
We should probably send this to one of the committees, I would think.
I'd say finance.
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 Contract,
I think would be
so
best,
finance.
yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Finance is winning tonight again.
Yes.
No, DGNR took one. They did take one.
9 should be ordinance and finance as well, Mr. President. Ordinance would copy to finance.
So 9 is Financial Procedures Manual for the Department of Local Services, Department of Revenue. So that would be 2 ordinance, copy to finance.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 10 is from the city solicitor. It's a legal opinion from Mark Rich regarding voting requirements. And I think
Received.
11 is
Motion
another
received.
opinion for the CPA.
Motion to receive.
So motion to take up 10 and 11 as a package. All those in
Received.
favor?
Yep.
Aye.
Aye.
All those, motion is to receive both of those. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Could we have a copy sent to Charter and Rules?
Yeah, with a copy of the charter and rules. All right. 12 is the ballot question wording. Ballot 1 shall enact pass a general council for year 2023 entitled an act establishing appointed treasurer to be accepted. Yes, no, and then there's a summary. Everyone have a copy of this or no?
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Should
gonna
we, should we have the Charter and Rules report first? The committee report?
So we can go out of order to that, but the
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 chair's
chair
not
is
here
running.
yet.
Yeah, he's going to be here probably 10, 15 minutes online. So we want to leave this and go
Yep.
back to it? All right.
Table 12 and
So
13.
12 and 13, we're going to table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Unless there's not going to be any action on 13, we might be able to just send that one back to Charter and Rules, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't-
We'll see.
I don't think we're planning on doing any action on that one.
Yeah, so maybe 13 just to Charter and Rules.
Second.
13 is,
I'm sorry. Right,
Okay.
exactly.
so 13 is the solicitor's letter regarding police commission. So what we can do is motion is to remove that from the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is to send that to charter and rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So 13 went to charter and rules. 12 stays on the table until the chair gets in and we'll go over it. All right, 14 is MMC listing of money cuts for fiscal year 2024 budget.
Motion to receive.
Motion to receive.
A
All those
second.
in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 15 is a communication regarding the ballot question deadlines.
Motion to receive and send to Charter and Rules.
Motion to receive, send to charter and rules. All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed?
A copy in finance,
For which one? 15?
15 for
All
the
right, so 15 to charter
public
and
hearing we're
rules,
having.
the copy to finance. 16 is the minutes of the meeting for May 16th, June 6th, and June 20th. Motion is receive and accept the minutes unless there's a question or change. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 17 is Commonwealth of Massachusetts DCR Trails Grant.
Motion to receive and, I don't know, where do we send those, finance? Yeah,
Motion is just to receive,
receive
I
and
believe
put
these are
into-
just completion notices. correct?
Yeah,
right.
so
That'd
put
be
it
17,
in,
18, and 19
how do you say it, Counselor McGivern? Receive and put it into the archives?
into the archive.
Okay, yeah.
All right, 16, 17, and 18 take up as a package. 17 is the Mass Trail Grant. 18 is Westerhurst Museum Restoration. 19 is the Economic Development for Western Mass. So all three are to receive and put into archives. All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? 20 is the One Cabot Street Community Outreach Meeting. Motion be received. Do you want a copy in
That
ordinance?
goes to ordinance.
Ordinance.
To ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 21 is the minutes for,
21, 22, 23, 24 as a package.
all right,
I'll
21,
second.
22, 23, 24 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Let me just get them all together here. So 21 is HEDIC's meeting minutes for March 23rd and May 25th. 22 is the Fire Commission minutes for May 18. 23 is the Historical Commission minutes for April 10th, May 10th. And 24 is the Redevelopment Authority, May 17th, June 21st. Motion is receive all of them. All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? 25 is picture addressing parking requirements for a special permit at 3941 Portland Street.
This
DGNR?
is what, this relates to, what we're gonna be discussing later this evening, so I don't know if you wanna table it and we can take it up, or I can give an update now.
All right, so in DGNR,
Yeah, sure.
why don't we go right to that?
Okay, so that's item 30. No. 33B.
33B. 33B. All right, so motion is take up 25 and 33B as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 33B, Community and Redevelopment, or DGNR. To whom is referred a special permit application for Mr. Gamble for a special permit for the third floor dwelling at 3941 Portland Street. Recommend that the special permit be granted with the following conditions: that the applicant meet the building department requirement that there be 2 additional parking spaces available. Counselor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, yeah, we had a great conversation with the applicant, Andre Gamble. The Gamble family is a longtime Holyoke residents, and so the special permit is required by the city council. And at the time, we weren't sure. We needed to get the architect drawings, and Mr. Gamble did a great job getting us everything we needed, and we appreciate this is his first time applying for a special permit. So it's an owner-occupied home, which I don't want to speak for everyone, but we do love. And this is to create the third floor as an apartment. And so overall, the plan that was presented to us seemed to meet a lot of our questions and the requirements. This is an existing 2-family dwelling, and so this would create the third. And I mean, I'm assuming folks have had time to look at the pictures that address the parking requirements, but all things considered, it looks like we didn't have any major issues. I will wait to allow my fellow committee members to chime in if they want to, but the committee overall voted to grant the special permit just as long as we got the information that we needed to confirm that the parking would be sufficient for this property. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, so thank you to the chair. I think we had a great meeting that night. A lot of things got accomplished, including this particular order. I think the petitioner was guided pretty well by the city government in terms of getting the right ordinance to us, and it was on point. He's investing in his city, he's investing in his home, investing in his neighborhood. There was a public hearing. There were neither pro nor anti voices that night, but we went through the steps and we asked the good questions, I think, and then the petitioner followed up with the supporting docs that we requested. So I'm of the opinion that this should go forward tonight. Thank you.
Anyone further? All right, seeing none, motion is to receive, adopt, and grant the special permit with the condition.
Almost.
Second.
What? All right, Counselor Maldonado Velez has joined, just to let you know. With that, the clerk, oh wait, we forgot to draw a name. Oops.
Councilor Bartley joined too.
Okay.
I said you were coming. I said you were
I don't get called out though.
You were here. I just called your name. Counselor Israel Rivera, but he's not here, so we'll start with him, but we'll go from there. So clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to grant the permit. And I'll just say on the record, I've known the Gamble family since I was a kid. So if I didn't vote for this, Daryl would come find me and, no, I'm just kidding. They're a great family, and to see them investing in this property and doing what they're doing, my response is thank you. So with that, I will turn it over to the clerk.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Coelho,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the special permit. Oh, what happened?
Who's that? Oh, okay.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes, it's all good, brother.
sorry that.
So it has been passed. All right, so now we go back.
Good luck.
To petitions. All right, so 26, new special permit for marijuana manufacturing at
Ordinance.
15 Main Street. Motion is sent to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 27 is a petition for a poll location for Verizon.
Table and set up a public hearing for our next
Motion is
meeting.
table, set up a public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Is somebody here for that? No?
No, we'll set
Already
up a
make it?
public
Okay.
hearing, then they'll
The
come
next
for the
time.
Next time? Okay.
Um,
Is somebody in the audience here?
Oh.
That's why I thought someone was here for that.
Oh,
Don Varner with Verizon. I was under the impression that this was a public hearing tonight.
No, so we have to
Set it.
receive it, set up a public hearing,
Yep.
and it'll be the next
Next.
meeting,
To notice it?
Okay, what's the date?
September,
September,
to
Fifth,
be
is it?
determined, I think,
September
right?
5th?
Fifth?
September 5th.
For,
First,
so, yeah, whatever the first Tuesday in September is, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
See you then.
September 5th.
7 o'clock.
All right.
Should have
So
worked
with
double
that-
polls.
Hope you're on overtime.
All right. So 28.
Wrong?
Who's doing those now?
28 is
Or
a
DGR?
petition for a special permit for a nail salon at
That goes to
222
DGR.
Westfield.
Yeah,
DGR.
that's
So
a home
that's the
occupation.
DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. I did have notes. Now I'm missing them. President's report. We'll go quick because we got a lot to do. One is the mayor's lunch tomorrow at Lugs at Marcotte Ford. The mayor's buying everyone lunch. It's very nice of him. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
No, he's not. He's serving lunch for charity, so that's tomorrow. October 3rd, make sure you get a haircut, wear your nice whatever, because that's our picture day.
10-3?
At October 3rd, 6 p.m. Pictures. There'll be pictures for the frame, but also a group picture for the 150th, putting it into the capsule.
Awesome.
All right?
Awesome.
So October 3rd, 6 p.m., be here for pictures. Yep, 6 p.m. There are no interpreters tonight. There was a family emergency, but it will be translated after. And then finally, I guess we'll just have to call it out. Councilor McGivern,
Speech?
speech. I just want to recognize Councilor McGivern. And I mean, what do you say for Councilor McGivern other than 44 years of service to the city of Holyoke, to us, and probably one of the biggest thank yous I cannot obviously give. But I'd like to turn it over to you because this is your time.
Thanks, Mr. President. Not fully prepared to address everything because we still have 5 more months of work to do together. I would just echo or reverse your comments and say thank you to you for your leadership. During the 44 years, I've served with 4 other presidents, and certainly, Todd, you are one of the presidents that has faced a lot, and you've done a tremendous job, and I've enjoyed very much serving with you. The other presidents that are currently present I served with was KJ, who took over and did a great job and understood the finances as well as any of us. And most people don't know, but I served with Mary Monahan's father very briefly in 1980, Tommy Monahan, at the end of his tenure. And with my mentor and one of my favorite city councilors of all time, Mike Mannix, who knew city government inside out, above and beyond what I think any of us could ever even think of knowing. There was some other guy, too, for 26 years, but I forget his name, but it's okay. To all of you who are present here, each of you, not tonight, but in the future, I certainly want to recognize you. I want to say thank you to every elected official I've served with. Brenna is only we'll call her the third city clerk that I've served with. Jimmy Shea, whose picture's on the wall here, Susan Egan, tremendous, and Brenna took over and never missed a beat, and it's tremendous. Our treasurers, it seems to be we used to have a pretty solid base there, but the door did get revolving, but everyone that worked in that office as an elected official did a fantastic job. We think about government as being us as elected officials, but I think about government as being far more. And the people I give the most tribute to, and not to forget the mayors that I've served with, but the most tribute to is the department heads and city employees. They are government. We are the voice. We have a responsibility in many areas, not just checks and balance, but policy, influence on policy decisions and influence on management, and the mayor certainly becomes the manager. But we have over the years, an incredible group of city employees who have provided service to our residents, and that's what city government is about, is providing service. I'm going to cut it short because it's the midnight madness here. Look forward to the next 5 months, and certainly look forward to speaking with everybody on a longer term sometime in the future. But thank you all again.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, this is a big loss to us as an institution, obviously, with yourself leaving, with Peter leaving, what's that, like 90, 100 years of experience? I mean, honest to God, you guys are just 3 institutions here, and again, want to repeat our thanks. I think collectively, I speak for everyone here about how important the 3 of you have been. Joe is on a whole nother level, though. Joe has set records of service in this room, the likes of which I think will never be repeated. 26 years as council president, that is unprecedented in our history as a city. That is a record that, and well, now we know we have a rule in the charter now, 6-year limit, but that will never be touched, even if we didn't have that rule. I don't think it still would be touched. That is
Can
such
we call that the Joe McGivern rule?
Absolutely, we could. Yeah. Brady's got the tuck rule, you got the president rule. That is a record the likes of which will never be touched. That's going to be up there with like Joe DiMaggio in the 56-game hitting streak. The other one, 44 years of service. That will also, in my opinion, never be touched. Thank you to Councilor McGivern. Just amazing. I just want people to really absorb and appreciate the history of these three great guys. But on top of that, some of these records, this doesn't just come along. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. That type of commitment, that type of service to the city. Thank you, Joe McGivern.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I'd be remiss not to say a few words. Joe has been quite an asset to this community for all these years. I mean, I can think of the hundreds of aldermen and councilors that he'd mentored over the time he's been here since 1980. Anytime I needed any type of advice when I first started, even up to this date, to talk to, Joe has always been available. He has been somebody that's dedicated his life to the city. And as he said, the important thing is the workers. I mean, they're the lifeblood of this community, is the people that run these departments, the people that go out there and pick up the trash and keep our streets safe. And he's been doing it right along. There's not been any counselor that I've seen since I've been here that's attended almost every city council meeting. I mean, day in and night. It could be 4 nights a week council meetings, committee meetings that he has not missed. He is in tune. He's in touch with the heartbeat of what goes on in this community. If he isn't here in the meeting physically, he's been on Zoom when we had Zoom, giving his opinion and his advice. I'm definitely gonna miss his leadership. The community, the citizens of Holyoke are definitely gonna miss his knowledge, his love for the city, and his leadership and what it's taken us over the past 44 years. So, Joe, I just want to thank you personally, and being a fellow Holyoke Catholic alumni, I'm also very much proud of you. So thank you very much. Yeah, go Gales.
No one further. I'll just say finally for Joe, it didn't hit me until the article came out. We've talked about it. We went back and forth in phone calls and texts. It was when the article hit that you knew it. So 44 years is walking out of here, and it's not just the service, as Councilor Thomas said. It's one, the family commitment, the McGivern family, and what they've offered up along with Joe, but the history. And you come up with an issue, and Joe would take you back to the history on how we got from where it was to where it is, and then you could vote on it. Then you could understand it better. And that type of knowledge, that type of memory, and the understanding of the history and how this facility works is a great loss. But it's the service that you did provide, Joe, and as Peter said, the mentoring. You've been a tremendous friend, but at the same time, service that you've given to this city is second to none. You walked in just about 10 minutes ago, or before we started. He had driven up to an area that Councilor Bacon was talking to him about for, a ramp and everything else and safety. He said, no, I just drove up there and I'm going to try and figure it out with the engineer. He said, I'm retiring, I'm done. Nope, drove up there today to another issue, another thing, and I'll just keep going. I'm Joe McGivern, and I'll get it done. Joe, that's the type of attitude, that's the type of service you provided for 44 years. And I just can't thank you enough, to you and your family, for what you've offered us. So on behalf of the City Council, as the city as a whole, thank you for everything.
Mr. President, just again, thank you and thank everyone for kind words. Two things came to mind as the talk continued. Don't forget Ronnie Collmore.
Yeah.
Randy Collmore is up there with years, and he had a break in service, but I think the clerk might help me out. 40 or 42, I think.
School committee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Randy Collmore, it's not consecutive, but it's incredible.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, and maybe it's because we're in the chambers, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my family. And I love them dearly for allowing me to do this for 44 years, along with all those voters. Thank you.
All right, so now we'll go to Ordinance Committee, 29A. Committee on Ordinance was referred. Please remove the handicap sign at 16 to 18 Linden. This is recommended that be passed and adopted. Counselor Bacon.
So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report.
Second.
It's-
Motion is receive, adopt, under discussion.
This is straightforward. It was no longer needed at the location, so we're just cleaning up the ordinance book.
All right, so motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the sign removal.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Puello.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. Actually, I just noticed, let us go back to 12, because it was tabled. And we're waiting for the chair,
All right.
who is now online. So we did table it. 12 was the ballot question, which is for the treasurer's office. So motion be removed from the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So this is the ballot question. Everyone has a copy of it. Councilor Manuel Velez, are you there?
I am. We should be taking up with, so I guess motion to suspend the rules and take up item 34C with that.
Yep. So
Right.
taking up item
Second.
34C as a package with it. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 34C. The Committee on Charter and Rules will refer to the City of Hoyoke through its Honorable City Council and our Mayor hereby petition to establish and appoint a treasurer for the City of Hoyoke, the form, and this is the 12 is the language that this is looking to do. So with that, Councilor Manuel Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. At first, I apologize to everyone for not being there today. I'm away on a conference for work right now. And I don't have all my notes, but I will try to remember everything that was discussed that night. As far as the treasurer conversation that evening, so this was an order that was put in by Councilor Murphy Ramboletti. This is something that has been brought up before and put as a ballot question in front of the voters. The difference in this one, and of course, the committee can correct me if I'm wrong when they speak, is that this one is the city council does the appointment for the treasurer versus the first time around it was the mayor that does the appointment. Some of the things that were brought up that
No, mine says that it would be the mayor approved by the city council.
Gotcha. Thank you for correcting, Councilor Murphy Ramboletti. So a couple of things that were discussed that night. Some of the councilors, since there is another order around the CAFO, which is the chief financial officer, really interested in making sure that sort of we have a better idea of what the CAFO will look like before we take up this ballot question. I know myself and Councilor Murphy Ramboletti believe that both can be done at the same time. We can vote on this and put it in front of the voters and also create the CAFO with the mayor and figure out what that department would look like. Attorney Bissonnette mentioned, that's pretty much what Attorney Bissonnette mentioned to us on section 63, I believe was the number, MJ, national law around saying that we can do this. We would just need the supermajority of the council to create this new finance department, and the treasurer, if can still exist within that. It will be an elected position until it gets changed into appointment, but it is something that can be done. What came out of that vote, so at least for me with the ballot question this year, one of the questions that I asked, if it's possible to put this ballot question on next year's election, given some of the arguments that we were Some of us were giving around the CPA ballot question, if it's possible to put this ballot question as well next year. Since this is a municipal and it's a charter change, this ballot question in particular has to come in during a municipal election. So out of the committee, it was a vote of 2-1, where Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti and myself wanted the ballot question, and then Councilor McGee was the no vote. And then we asked that we get the ballot question in front of us to today's meeting, and that's what the Solicitor's Office did, and this is where we are right now.
All right, anyone further on this? Councilor Vacan first.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have questions, sort of points of order and of substance. So I think we just got the language today, if I'm correct, relative to the ballot language. Is that correct?
I thought,
Or did we get it before
We had
today?
it prior. I thought we had it prior, didn't we?
Well, it was sent out today.
Did we get it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in that language, it talks about 2026, which I found that a little confusing because say the voters did approve it, why would we wait? Because the term actually is 4 years, not 2, for the position, right? So that part I was just a little confused about. So I just wanted to understand what the committee was thinking in terms of that.
Well, I think what it says here is if elected, the treasurer is elected in this year, it'll have a 2-year remaining term. It's 25, so then this would kick in January 1st, 2026.
Okay. To complete the term,
Yeah.
you're saying? Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And the only other comment I would make is I find it interesting and kind of ironic that we can pull this together and get it on the ballot, and yet the ballot question we approved in April is still tabled because of some debate about doing it next year instead of this year. And so I'm going to renew my argument that we already properly voted for that ballot question to go on the ballot. And so if we're going to move on this one, I think we're being a little hypocritical if we move on this one and don't move on the other one. So, thank you.
All right, Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make the same remarks that I made at the Charter and Rules meeting, because I thought this would come up. And I believe Councilor Maldonado Velez also asked this question that night, because I don't think it's ideal that it's like this. I don't think that this fall is an ideal election time. However, the state requires this question to be on a municipal ballot, and so rather than waiting for the next municipal ballot, which would be in a couple years from now, because otherwise I don't know, there's a lot more steps that might need to be taken, but my understanding from the law department is that we would have to wait an additional 2 years. So whereas like the CPA votes, it's kind of comparing apples to oranges, to be honest, and like this isn't really something that's ideal for me either, but this is it's a home rule petition for a charter change, so it's a little different, but yeah, I can appreciate that. I understand, but I do think it's important that we address this sooner rather than later. This is something that has been recommended to the city of Holyoke by the state for years. It's something that we have talked about for years. And so rather than wait another couple years to do this for the next municipal ballot, I think it should go on sooner rather than later. So thank you.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the Charter to President Councilor Vacan, I something I've been struggling with. I'll be honest, because I did not, like Councilor Murphy Rambovi just said, I asked if we can do this on next year's election. Unfortunately, this is one of those things where it has to be within a municipal election. So if it's not this year, it still will be 2 years from now in another municipal election. With that said, this is also not like automatically, if it were to be passed tonight, is not an automatic ballot question. Like this is something that's gonna get sent to our state reps, state senator, going through a whole move petition. So there's still other steps that need to take place before we even have the final ballot question and it's actually at the ballot. So it may be that it's not on this year's election. So I just wanted to make that point as well. That's it, thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to explain my vote as I did in committee. I think in the long run, I favor removing the treasurer from an elected position for a lot of reasons, catching up with the times and making things work more smooth. But I don't favor looking at this just as one position when our finance team, starting with the mayor, is carefully designed to be a built-in checks and balance to the finances of the city of Holyoke. The mayor is the chief financial officer, the only person by charter, the only person by state law that can initiate an appropriation. The mayor, of course, all monies that are spent in the city need to be appropriated and approved by at some point, whether it's the budget process or amendments, transfers, we call them, to the budget itself during the course of the year by the city council. The city council gets part of this, gets to appoint the auditor, who is really autonomous over everyone in sense of overseeing the books of the various city departments, their budgets, and how things are going. We appoint the tax collector, which is part of this, but not directly related to the checks and balance, but an important part of it. And we should always be autonomous. We appoint the assessors so that they can do their work. But the treasurer stands alone with a lot of authority over the treasury, over the revenues that come into this city. We understand when the job isn't done right in that office, the tremendous negative impact it has on the rest of the city. The treasurer is responsible for reconciling revenues, for not just for doing payroll, but for making sure that the money is in the right place and that the money is being spent appropriately. The treasurer, when it comes to investments, when it comes to bonding, is the person that has the authority more so, not without the mayor, but more so than anybody else in the city. We've all seen what happens when, and I'm not speaking about current people at all, but in the past, when the mayor appoints someone to fill a position, it doesn't work. There were problems, and I'm not going to mention names, but I think most people understand the problems I'm talking about. And all I said in committee is if we're going to act on language like this, I could support it, but only if we talk about what the future of our finance team is actually going to look like. Is there going to be a chief financial officer? Are we going to pay $150,000 for a person that is doing what is the mayor's job? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying every mayor can be a chief financial officer, but they ultimately have that responsibility. So I just cannot support it at this time without looking at the big picture and without coming up with a game plan that addresses the big picture. So my vote will be no tonight.
Anyone further? Councilor Jordan.
Right. I'm going to second everything Joe McGivern just said, and here's my concern. In concept, I can get there to having this from being elected, which I don't think it should be, to appointed. I do agree with that. But there are so many pieces on the table that have yet to be decided. We're in discussing the financial policies right now, and we got to figure out, okay, the CAFO. Is that a CAFO, or is that really a fancy word for city manager? I mean, once you get all these pieces together, how is the separation of duties? How is this all going to work? How is this all interconnected by who appoints who? We need to get into all those discussions because, a lot of the things that the mayor is saying are spot on, and he wants to move in that direction. But how does all of that interrelate? We haven't made those decisions yet. So we as a council have to get with the mayor and work through, is the CAFO going to be a really strong position, or is it going to be just, maybe not so much, but the auditor, the treasurer, the tax collector, these are going to be lesser in reporting to the CAFO? I mean, how is this all going to work? These decisions haven't been made yet. And so one of the things that I've also encouraged that a lot of cities have done is to have a merged treasurer tax collector office too. And so the other piece of that is, do we make the treasurer collector, and have the current tax collector become the deputy treasurer tax collector? And, we don't want to hurt anybody money-wise, but we're talking about these departments are supposed to be getting integrated, working together. This should be part of this conversation too. So there's a lot of pieces here before we just say, this is what we're doing, appointed by the mayor and confirm. We don't know that yet, that's really, and this just sort of got put together without, and I appreciate the good spirit of it, but now that these other conversations, it's really too bad that this thing just got brought up now. This should have been brought up, I think, when it was originally proposed quite a while ago, but for whatever reason, here it is now. Now, as far as the question of, I'm not going to get too much into the timing of the ballot question. I'll only say, think about that for a moment. The legislature says it has to be on a municipal ballot. What do you think the legislature is telling you about your municipal elections? They're telling you they matter. They're telling you that they're important, and that they're putting the weight of major charter issues, Boston legislature telling us, the city, these local elections matter. We have confidence in the people of Holyoke to vote in city elections. For the most consequential votes you as a committee or as a city will have, charter changes. We require it to be a city election. Think about that in the context of the public isn't, quote unquote, good enough to vote in a city election whether or not they want their CPA tax to go up $200,000 or $300,000 versus the most consequential decisions this city makes as a charter, that they're required to be on a city ballot. I think that question answers itself now. I think we can all agree, hopefully. So anyways, I think we should either table this or hold off and let's have these other discussions and see what we can put together. I don't know if that can all be decided right now, or we have to do what we've done in the past. For example, we had to really have, when it was the issue of the council president serving as the mayor, that threw all the rules out, right? And the legislature worked with us to change all of that in a timely manner and be able to really basically start from scratch and maneuver that through. I think if we did this work this year so that we could maybe potentially ask them, how quickly we could get this on. Maybe we have to have a special, maybe it's with the presidential primary. I don't know. Maybe we can get them to change the rules. Or maybe we can do the work now so that whatever our deadline is in September, that we could put these decisions together before then. Or maybe it just has to wait. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I think when you're making serious structural consequential decisions like this, when you don't have all the pieces of the pie known at this point, you better beware of just rushing into a vote to do it in one particular way. That's the concern. Councilor McGivern expressed it well. I have those exact same reservations. Not that I'm necessarily against this, but just we don't have all the information we need to say this is the exact approach. So that's what's giving me pause. If I'm forced to it on a vote tonight, I'd have to vote no. Doesn't mean I'll vote no in the future, but at this point I would have to. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah. So, I guess I just get frustrated because this is my first term, coming towards the end of my first term, and yeah. I mean, I guess it would have been nice for us to discuss this a little more, but at the same time, I'm just hearing that we all think it should be appointed, but we can't agree on what. And there's been a lot of time for us to have this conversation years ago, and we haven't. With all due respect, it just feels like we're going to keep kicking that can down the road, and that's frustrating to me. And I understand that we don't have it all figured out, but this is a first step that we should be taking, that we should have taken, to be honest, before my time. So that's why I'm bringing it up. That's why I'm hoping that, maybe we do, I guess, need to table it again. And maybe we need to just keep talking about it. But it's at some point, we should try to take action. And I can only do the best I can in my first 2 years. So, and then just for clarifying, I don't think you can compare this to the CPA. Because the CPA votes are set by statute, and that means that it can appear on any ballot. It's not the same as a charter change. So, for what it's worth, if we vote on it tonight, I will be voting in favor. I think this is long overdue, way before my time. But thanks for having the discussion, I guess.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a process question. I think I heard Councilor Maldonado Velez say that the state has to approve something before we can put it on the ballot. Does the state legislature have to approve our petition before we put it on the ballot?
Yes.
So have we filed the petition with the state?
This would be doing it.
I'm sorry?
This is what you're doing.
So by putting it on the ballot,
You're voting. You're voting to ask the legislature to put it on the ballot to then. So you're petitioning the state legislature.
through the ballot?
Yeah.
Okay, because when we did the thing for the mayor, we were just going outside for an outside finding to change our rules temporarily.
Well, you're
So that was a different type of
that's
petition.
Yeah, because this is
It was
changing
just
the
a
charter.
separate type of petition. Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure I had the process straight in my mind. So then I would further comment that I am in favor of the treasurer not being elected. However, it needs to be hand in hand with some of the other changes that I think need to be made within our structure as well. And again, I'm going to say, the state mandates that we do a charter change locally because it's a local issue. There is nothing more local than the CPA surtax. Nothing. And I believe that we will find that that needs to go on the local ballot also. Thank you.
Kevin?
Just one clarifying point was, when we did the change relative to the council president serving as acting mayor, I believe the determination was made that was not required a vote of the public, only the charter change of the legislature. There's certain items that require a vote of the public. If you change terms of office, if you change whether something's elected or not elected, that has an extra step, which is a vote of the people. And so that is why this would require a public vote as opposed to some of the other charter changes that we've done.
Correct. Next is Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I heard all the previous speakers, and I think we are all on the same page that this position should be appointed. So I think that's something we all agree on in this body. And with this vote in particular, if it were to pass, we would still have 3 years to figure out what everything else would look like, because this wouldn't take place until 2026. Now, if we wait till 2 years from now for it to come up in the election, then it probably will be even further out than that. I've sat here for a year and a half, and we've had complaints about how state legislator and how the state does different things. And this is one of the things that I don't agree with. Like, if doesn't have to be the municipal election, I asked a question of, they said that we couldn't do it. It has to be the municipal election. So I just wanted to say that. And then also, as far as an original question, because since this CPA did get brought up, that question was put on a ballot with 11,000 voters and passed with more than 5,000 votes. We're trying to put it on a CPA question on a ballot with way less voter turnout. So way less people, by thousands of people, may actually lower the threshold for the percentage that's being charged. So that's why I believe that if it was this presidential election, which has a lot of more voter turnout, then that should follow the same thing for if we're going to vote up or down on the percentage. Either way, however the vote comes in today, I know that within the next year or two, this ballot question will come up again. Because, like I said, we are all agreeing that this should be an appointed position, whether it happens now, whether it happens 2 years from now. The treasurer is going to be appointed, I believe, within the next 5-6 years. So however the vote goes, this is what we're here for, to go and try to do what we got to do. Thanks.
Anyone further? Counselor Jordan for the third time. Motion to suspend the rules allow. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Counselor Jordan.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to point out was elected and appointed. I think we're all in agreement on that, but we don't know these other pieces, mayoral appointment, council confirmation. We don't know if that's 100%. We're all behind that just yet. And we don't know if should it be 3-year term? Should it be a 5-year term? I mean, we don't know. I mean, that could be more or less. The problem that if we approve this tonight, we're locked into all those other pieces. It isn't just, we could just pass something that says make it from elected to appointed, and these other items we could change. But if this gets adopted, that's a charter change, and we're now locked into those other changes. So that's the concern that I want to just emphasize.
Counselor,
thank you.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
I just want to simply state that my colleagues are making valuable points, and I agree with a lot of the things that were said. But I really want us to focus not between CPA and the appointed position, just the appointed part. Why are we here? Why are we looking at this? Well, if we been watching the finance meetings and everything that's been happening, the treasurer department is chaos. Like, we're stressed out talking about it. I dream about it. It's not even a dream, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare in that department. And I think this is the discussion. We're having this discussion because we all can agree this needs to be changing. Because it's been like this forever. And what I feel that Rory and the mayor have discovered is what's been hiding underneath. Not hiding, intentionally, but what's been underneath these layers and layers of years and years of chaos. So I think I'm in a comfortable position where we could table this, but let's not forget how chaotic that department is right now. Because if not, we're just going to keep sitting in finance trying to twiddle our fingers till we figure it out. Like, this is the part of that discussion, is changing what is actually broken. That's all. Thank you.
Counselor Vacan for the third time. All those in favor? All opposed? Counselor Vacan.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, because our clerk very nicely sent us the time frame. So if we did table it or send it back to committee to have more discussion about the other aspects that have not been discussed, there would still potentially be time, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I'm in clarification mode tonight, I guess.
So since I voted no in committee, it's kind of the same way Counselor McGivern and Counselor Jordan have pointed out. I understand it. I was one of the first advocates to change the Treasury Department with all the issues that were going back way back when. and those were never acted upon. So this is an ongoing problem. I don't think this is addressing everything. I think one of the things I advocated for was, as Councilor Jordan pointed out, is treasurer collector together, like other communities, and then how does that work going forward? Councilor McGivers pointed out the mayor is trying to get a CFO. Put it all together, make one big piece, and then approve that package, whatever that's going to look like. This kind of, in my view, is the cart before the horse. It's not addressing the overall problem. It is, and I'm not trying to be discouraging. Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti is trying to get stuff done, and I'm all for that. I don't think this gets it done the way it needs to be done to fix the problems. And I do have late file orders to deal with the treasurer stuff next. But for this, I don't even think tabling it. I think you have to send it back to committee to really vet everything that we discussed. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
I was just going to suggest if there was no motion that we table it.
You can, if you make a motion to table it, is there a second?
I'd like to make a motion to send it back to committee.
Well, hold on, there was no second, so now it goes to Councilor Bacon. Motion is
To send back to committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
So motion is to send it back to committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So we go back to committee. All right. Next, it'd be 12 and, was it 34B?
34.
All right, so we're back.
Mr. President, if I could, and I apologize to the committee, and I don't usually do this, but we have a couple people, one in the audience and one online. Online, we have Chief Pratt, and he'd like to address us on items 56 and 57. I would ask we suspend the rule.
Can we suspend the rules first for 33A? Councilor Brett?
And I was going to suggest
And
for
then go-
33A, yes.
Because the chief's online, we'll do that. So 33A first, because there's a member here. Go out of order to that. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Committee on DGNR, to whom was referred, an order a license agreement between the city and Mr. Owens of 120 Front Street, recommended that the license be granted. Under discussion, Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Looks like she's gone.
Did we lose her? Or?
Still with us?
She's on mute.
She's muted.
Tessa, are you with us?
I am here, sorry.
All right, great.
Yes.
33A.
Alrighty. To pull up my notes. Okay.
Councilor Bartley, adding your name to the order for signing the jacket.
Yes, please. All of them.
And Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti, the same.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. With that, I turn it over to the chair.
All right. So the first order was for the license agreement with the Fred Owen. Here we go. So this is for 120 Front Street. And basically, this is the renewal of the license that would allow Mr. Owen to have a new porch with steps installed, as well as a new deck with handicap accessible ramp and stairs there. So Mr. Owen was kind enough to come into council chambers and discuss this with us and gave us the update that the work has been completed and it's regularly being used. It sounds like it is improving the aesthetics of the property. Mr. Owens did ask about a permanent easement, but I believe that is something that needs to be discussed between the law department and the mayor. That was not something that was before us that evening. So overall, the committee voted unanimously that the license be granted.
Anyone else under discussion? I got Councilor Rivera is online. That's correct. You called in. All right.
Yes, okay.
So just putting that out there. With that, motion is receive, adopt, and approve the license. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to accept the license.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Maldonado Velez.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern.
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti.
Yes.
Coelho.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. I'll get to that in 1 second, because we're going to go to Joe now. Counselor McGivern, you want to go out of order to...
If we could, it'd be item number 55 and item 56. If we could suspend the rules to go out of order, they would be two separate votes and two separate discussions, but the chief is here for both of them.
All right, motion is go out of order 55 and 56 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 55 is the Safe Neighborhood, or PSN, grant, no match, $87,392. 56 is a sick leave buyback, $121,879 to then the captain position. With that, Counselor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was filed earlier this week. There's a little story to it that makes the reasons for the importance of a quick vote if possible. The Project Safe Neighborhood Grant, known as PSN, comes from the Executive Office of Public Safety. We are one of the few Western Mass cities that qualify for this type of grant. It does come with criteria for the way the money can be spent. This particular portion, we have one of these grants coming out of committee tonight, which is in the normal time frame. This particular grant, the city was notified a couple of weeks ago that there was extra money from fiscal 20 of money that I think it's Springfield, Chicopee, I'm not sure of all the cities, that qualified to use. And the city has been given the option to apply for the grant and only in this particular amount here, use it to purchase equipment for the police department, which is mostly what the PSN grants have been used for in the past. The time constraint is the money has to be spent by September 15th. That means the police department, with the mayor's approval, has to go through procurement. They have to go out and make sure that they dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and to get the money spent in the appropriate fashion. So with us tonight, Chief Pratt is here. That's the explanation of why we're asking for a vote tonight. And Chief is here to answer questions, and I think he has some of the more specifics of how this particular portion could be spent for equipment for the police department. There is no match for this grant.
Motion to be suspend the rules to ask questions to the chief. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Chief, you online?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
All right, so Councilor McGivern gave a little bit about the grant. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, or?
As usual, with all his experience, Joe did a great job explaining it all. There's individual equipment. If you want me to go through it, I can. It's several different items. It's mainly equipment, some computers, some camera stuff, monitors for the cameras. There's medical bags. The big purchase here is what we call a Cellbrite system. It's for analyzing cell phone data. This is really as important it is for us when we're doing investigations. If you are a person who is cooperating with us and want to let us use your phone or extract data from it, in order to do it, we have to send it out. This will allow us to do it here quicker and return the phone quicker. So that's pretty much the most expensive part of this. It's it's $64,000. I did send it over. I don't know if everyone got it. I apologize that it came late, but I was trying to put this all together, and my grant people kind of explained to me that if we delay too long, we may not be able to get this done in time. The total amount of all the equipment is $87,392. I think it's great that for us to be a part of this Project Safe Neighborhood that we're going to have the opportunity to do this.
Any questions for the chief?
Make a motion to pass the first reading.
Motion is to
Second.
pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion to pass the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 55.
Tallman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Yes.
McGivern, Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Coelho,
Yes.
Rivera.
No.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve 55. 56 is the $121,879 from sick leave buyback to captain's position. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask also that we would attempt to pass this tonight. The mayor gave me a call first and explained the need for it. It's a bit of a Scribner's era in the budget, and it's a bit of a what's happening in the police department in terms of our captains. I remind everybody, during the budget hearings, we had a pretty lengthy discussion with the mayor and the chief about 4 captains. Mayor Garcia did and remains adamant that his future police department will be for 3 captains. At the moment, though, we only have 2 active bodies that are filling the position. One because one person is actually on leave, and I think, and Chief is here to correct me if I'm wrong, and there's a retirement that's coming up, or retirement did just take place, I'm sorry. So because of the person on leave and the retirement, we only have only 2 actually active captains performing the duties. We do have the opportunity, or the chief has the opportunity, to put a provisional captain into one of the spots to keep the rotation going until this cycle finishes itself out, and it makes a little bit more sense. A lot of this we discussed about, not so much the particulars about the administrative leave, but during the budget talks themselves. And again, I asked the mayor point blank and the chief, their long-term goal is to get to 3 captains and to make it work like that. The changing of the positions and what's happening now, I think, is going to allow the police department to do it, but it's not going to happen overnight. The chief and mayor are respectfully asking that we keep this money in the budget for the rest of the fiscal year. It's actually, I think, was part of what was put in front of us, but for some reason, the final vote didn't reflect it this way.
Any questions? Councilor Jordan.
And this isn't going to finance, why? Like, why is there an emergency on this? We're talking about number 56, correct?
We're talking 56.
Okay.
Well, it's the correction of what I believe we already voted upon when we voted upon the budget. This is the scenario that we were talked about, and it's the crisis is I believe it's Captain Moriarty retired, so that's 1 captain down.
Okay.
Then the other captain that was placed on administrative leave is still being paid. It's a paid administrative leave.
Right.
So that's two bodies out of 4 that cannot perform the duties of captain. One is, and the other captain may be getting near retirement, but her duties are such during the day that take up the time. And the chief and the mayor really feel they want to get the provisional captain into a position so as not to lose the positions, which is important to the police work itself. Surviving with and the chief is here. Maybe he can do a little better job than I am. But I understand the importance of why we need captains during certain shifts and especially if we get into some knock on wood, but some of those tougher investigations, like murder investigations and task force things, that captains play a big role in.
Well, hold on. So, Chief, did you hear the councilor's question?
Well, hold on. Did we suspend the rules to let him speak?
Yeah.
'Cause I guess one of my questions is not, again, I'm still trying to understand the urgency that this can't be discussed, like what we're doing with captains and leadership in the department and all of this funds flow. I don't think this is just like some quickie 2-minute conversation that obviously this just came in on the agenda. I have no time to do any preparation on this.
This, for fairness, this was already discussed in finance for the budget purpose and wasn't allocated correctly. That's why it's coming like this. So hold on, Chief.
Yeah, so that's exactly right, Mr. President. this was brought up in the budget hearing. It was discussed and voted upon at a later meeting. The mayor might have went over those minutes with Councilman McGivern. Basically, sending it back to finance, be sending it back to talk about what we already talked about. I'm at the spot now where, as they said, I'm down to basically 2 captains, and this was more, just a correction the mayor was supposed to make, but for some reason, it was a correction that was done both with patrol line item and this captain line item. Patrol part got done, but the captain didn't seem to make that cut. So the mayor asked me to put this together, put it forward so that we could get this done. Otherwise, based on your schedules, we wouldn't be able to do this for probably another month or maybe longer, depending on if there's I don't know if there's, last time in September we didn't have a meeting or because of primaries and all that. So I'm just trying to move forward based on what we already discussed.
All right, Cap.
Yeah, we never discussed, you have people out on suspension and paid leave. We never discussed that in the budget about how many captains you have. Now, I want to understand, how does it work when a person's out on leave for multiple years? Does the position get backfilled, and is that a cause of overtime? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we could get into and discuss with all of this in terms of how does this move all the deck chairs around at the top? I would like to understand that better. And this is a lot of money that's involved in how this all works. To just say that we had that discussion, no. I was at the police budget hearing. We never discussed that, number one. And number two, we've never discussed it to that I can recall at the finance committee in this depth of how this is going to impact the different people. Now, if there was, don't you have acting out of grade that you could have a lieutenant for the next 4 weeks or whenever we have the next finance meeting to go through this to just, and why is it $121,000 too? Like, is that for a whole year of a position? Why are we appropriating a whole year? Why can't we do 1 month is the emergency portion of this? I mean, these are all things that that's what a proper finance committee should be doing. We shouldn't be just making these type of changes on the fly. And I want to understand why there was a budget error. What's that all about? What was the thinking when the budget was prepared versus now? The mayor is very gracious to come to the finance meetings. We should have that. This requires review. I don't have enough information. I would like to ask about what's going on. How many vacancies? Down to 2, going to put in 1. Now we're only going to have 3. But for umpteen years, I've been told we need to have 4 captains, or that's all these horrible things happen if you don't have 4 captains. But now I'm hearing we're all in agreement we're doing 3. Hold on a minute. What's that all about? So can we just have a meeting and discuss this at the next finance meeting? I just don't understand why we're just, nothing to see here, move that right along. I would like to learn more about this and be educated before I approve $122,000 and I don't really understand all the moving parts. Again, just on the agenda for tonight, this is classic. This should go to finance.
Councilor Rivera.
So before my flight takes off, I would like to say, for me, the reason why I voted no on the last one, and I'll probably vote on no on this one if the vote comes up before my flight takes off, is that I think there's not enough information on a lot of these topics for me, and I'm tired of kind of like customarily just voting things through just cause, right? Everything is an emergency. Everything is last second. We're always getting emails with regards to the budget and police the weekend before we actually meet. Like, I wish I would have had this like a month ago or with some time so that way I'm able to look at some of this stuff and go over it. We got to get better, man. We got to get better. That's all it is for me. Like, at the end of the day, if we're planning, we got to plan ahead of time, not always putting out fires but thank you.
Motion to send it to finance, Mr.
Second.
President.
So motion is to send to finance. Who is seconded? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Show of hands. To send to finance.
Well-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then,
I can count the other way, too.
so Councilor Murphy, so that'd be 7.
You can see where this
Either way.
So it would go to committee.
All right.
Sorry, Chief. Sorry, Mayor.
All right.
You tried, Joe.
So
Got an A for effort.
we'll go back to 29B. Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the ordinance section 12-4 flags of the city be amended to include, and Counselor, for this one, we're still taking up.
Mr. President, so I would like to make a motion for this to be tabled because
the
there were a
language.
couple changes that were supposed to be made to the legal
Second.
form that aren't there.
All right, so 29B motion is to table because we just got to get it,
The proper
things that are
legal
missing.
form.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, 29C. Ordinance to whom was referred to amend section 2-156.1 to return the approval of assistant city solicitor to city council by presidential language, and this was to adopt. Motion is receive, adopt. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to pass the first reading, but I would like, if you wouldn't mind, for you to read the legal form into the record because the legal form that's on the agenda that ends with shall also be approved by president of the city council had an additional line put in by legal in the legal form. And I just want to make sure the full council's aware of it. I don't think it's particularly controversial, but it is different.
Wait, so who had their hand up? Okay, we'll get to that in a second. All right, so remove section 2-156.1, replacing it with the following: City Council and Assistant City Solicitor shall attend all regular meetings and special City Council meetings and subcommittee meetings as necessary. The assistant shall work with the City Council regarding legal questions posed to the Law Department by the council or individual council members. The appointment of the Assistant City Solicitor by the City Solicitor to the City Council should be approved by the President of the City Council. An alternative Assistant City Solicitor may attend said City Council meetings in lieu of the appointed Assistant City Solicitor.
Right, and so I only wanted that read into the record because that last sentence was different from what was discussed in committee. But I think as a practical matter, it has probably always happened due to vacations, et cetera. So the motion is to receive, adopt, and pass the first
Motion to
reading.
receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading.
passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Mr. President,
Yep.
just a quick question.
Yep.
Councilor
Bartley.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, this just dawned on me. At what point does the president make the appointment of the assistant city solicitor?
Be the beginning of the year.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on the process, so we elect the city council president at our first meeting in January after we're sworn in. And at some point thereafter, the city council president appoints the various committees, but during that interregnum, prior to the first full city council meeting, the city council president is going to work with the law department to name somebody, and then, so that'll be just brought forth to the full city council in regular order?
Yeah, I mean, really wasn't a true process in the sense of, you had Kara Cunha. She was appointed to us, I think it was Councilor Jordan at the time.
Yep.
And then every subsequent year is just, she was there. As things have now changed, I think the process will be the solicitor will come with whoever the president is, say, I'm going to appoint Attorney Bissonette to be the liaison. Okay, if the president will say that's fine, but if he can't make it or if there's a specialty, another member, the in lieu of assistant city solicitor, will come in and act on those issues. but you'll always have someone here to be appointed. So that would be the president at the time saying, if it is Mike Bissonette, I confirm that, that's fine.
So, while I have the floor still,
Yep,
I'm just curious as to why that wasn't spelled out, you know, the process. I mean, because when you leave things like that to chance, because I think that's what we're doing here, I think that's what the ordinance committee did. It spells it out, but doesn't really spell out the procedure. It says we have to have it, that's great, but it doesn't really spell out, you know, timing. So you just leave things like that where it's open-ended, and it doesn't get done, in my opinion. So I would be of the opinion that I'm going to offer amendment that there should be a date certain by which the city council, the assistant city solicitor should be named. So in other words, so my motion is going to be that to amend this to specify a date by which the assistant city solicitor should be named, specifically the first full city council meeting in the new term. Thanks, Pete. So, but is that enough time?
I would say that probably isn't enough time because
Well, then the first city council meeting in February.
February would be better.
Okay, then the city council president shall appoint said assistant solicitor no later than the first regular city council meeting in February of the new term. That's my amendment.
I'll second that.
So wait, because this has come up before.
Potentially.
Serve at the, I say serve at the pleasure of the president.
Got it. Okay.
So just one thing, when we do amendments on these, as we've always done in the past, we would set that amendment, table it, send it back to legal so they can come back with a
Legal form.
the right
Copy
one.
that. Yeah, you're right.
Just
Tom.
making sure.
We should do that.
So the motion, and it was seconded, is to amend this to allow a date certain, which would be the February date. Any questions on that? All right. On the amendment, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Now, the motion would be to table this to allow legal to update it and get back to
Table
us.
to get an updated legal form.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay. Mr. President?
Hold on one second.
Yep.
Good job, Counselor.
I wanted him to be on the committee.
So, yes. It's now.
Pete, I zoned out the last 6 months, but I think
All
I'm
right.
back now.
You're back.
Counselor Jennings.
Yes, I'm remiss to have failed earlier to, but I want to make sure I catch myself in asking for a moment of silence. We recently lost Ted Pluta this past weekend, who of course is the husband of our former mayor, Elaine. And yes, I think he is the first man of, and only at this point, of Holyoke. And Ted was just a tremendous guy, a true character, great personality, a great sense of humor, and he'll be very much missed. And he was loved by many people, in particular his family, and our condolences in particular go out to Elaine and to his 3 children and all of his many extended family. So a moment of silence for Ted Pluta, please.
Yes. Thank you for that. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilor McGivern, as you would say when we have our holiday party,
Ted was known as our first 16th alderman.
16th
And he wore
Alderman,
that badge very proudly.
That's
and
right.
he was hysterical.
Oh, just a great guy. He'll be missed.
But to the family, we're very, very sorry for your loss. With that, we are on to finance. 30A, Committee on Finance to refer in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 53A. The council hereby accept the provisions of the fiscal year 19 PSN, which would be $20,069, no match. Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The same as the one we were just discussing, but this one's on a more timely, normal, timely fashion. PSN comes from the Executive Office of Public Safety. This particular grant is the $20,069. We have with us for the first time, filling in for Sergeant Hart is Sergeant Zerhide, And we went through this. The proposal for these monies, equipment, which would be handheld laser pointers that actually can denote and detect the types of illegal substances and identify. It's an interesting product itself. I can't get more technical than what I just said, but Sergeant Zerhai did a great job of explaining it to us, and we certainly think it's worthy to accept the grant with no match and allow the police department to spend the money that way.
Seeing no one, motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion passed the second reading. And clerk will call. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Puello,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 30B, Committee on Finance, with regards to the fiscal year 2024 911 medical dispatch grant for $24,500. Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. A reoccurring grant we get once or twice a year. It's typically, and most of it will be used for, I apologize, this one's a little bit different, but it will be used for dispatchers, but we're actually a go-between for the ambulance company, for Cataldo. Most of us know, we learned a lot of this during the budget process, but even in prior years, that the dispatchers for the ambulance company, now Cataldo, work with the city departments themselves. This is very important when it comes to 911 calls that are of a medical nature, and the coordination of abiding by a Mass General law that says once a dispatcher answers a medical call, they have to stay on that call with the person calling until the first responders get to the scene itself as where they are needed. Therefore, the state does provide money to help pay for this. The state would prefer it comes through the city to pay for it, even though they're private employees that are actually, we learned during the budget process itself, they actually rent some space, not just the building up on South Street, but they rent and are part of the city departments themselves in terms of where they work. So it makes sense to allow this to happen. I thank Councilor Jordan because he picked up on a lot of it real quick. It's kind of new to us, but he asked the right questions and we got the right answer eventually.
Anyone further? Motion is passed for, Councilor Puello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So I just don't feel comfortable voting for this. I think, I know there's a study out right now that's talking about bringing this service so that it's provided from the city directly, but I think that the way that it is now, that it's contracted, the way I see it is we're basically giving Cataldo a free $24,500, and I just don't agree with that. I mean, is the city getting, I don't even know if that's legal, but can the city get some sort of benefit from that? Or the way I see it, my taxpayers are also state taxpayers, like a free $24,500, and then they're getting billed from the ambulance, and then they're getting billed from, I don't agree with it the way it is. I understand it, but, I don't agree with it. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Good questions and good points, and just to further elaborate, it's always state, it's always taxpayers' dollars, regardless if it comes from the state, regardless if it's a grant, regardless if it comes from the federal government through the state. But we don't get monies direct from the federal government. And almost all those dollars go through the state, except for the block grant monies themselves. We do know that this particular grant is because was an unfunded mandate for dispatchers to remain on the line, which I think is important to all of our constituents when it's a medical call. So the state is recognizing that. They're just asking that the monies come through the state. We do this somewhat routine with, I forget the name of the grant, but we have the Boys and Girls Club. We have a number of Shannon Grant. Thank you. That we actually receive the money through the state, and then we funnel it out to them. And they have to provide us and the state with information of how they spend it. Good point by Councilor Powell, but I still think it's worth it because in the end, our constituents and the residents of Holyoke are the ones that will benefit from this grant.
Councilor Bartley.
Well, I just want to follow up on what both the councilors just said, because we do have an ordinance, and some of our department heads are getting it now, that they have to report back to us what they did with the grant and how it benefited the city, et cetera. Does the ambulance service company, are they, I think they are. I think they are subject to the same ordinance to getting it. So why don't, maybe it's a rhetorical question, but why is that not made specific in our grants that are that come before us, that we have a specific, or is it that we have a specific ordinance that says you shall report back to the city council with a synopsis of how the grant was utilized within a certain period of time? Is that spelled out? Should it be spelled out? Should it be, can it be included henceforth? I mean, there's some of these two larger grants for sure. I want to see what the recipients did with the money. And now the Ward 2 councilor would certainly raises good points about private vendor. What are they going to do with the money? Are they even aware of the ordinance?
So the one form is from the state, the one from the city.
I mean, I don't want.
It says management process, so we could always have the chief add a sentence to that to address your issue.
If the president thinks that, yeah, just to clarify the specific chapter and verse in the ordinance, that would be very helpful, I would think. If the law department concurs and everybody concurs, I would
I think
prefer to see that.
Because it says management process, which then you could argue that means the ordinance or everything else, but I do see your point, and that's probably something that I'll have to address in future letters with regards to it.
Right. Mm-hmm. So well, just, may I, Mr. President? Sure. Just to the chair, to the finance chair. Joe, is that something that we can amend now?
We can't amend anything in terms of language when a grant is a form of an appropriation. I will, it's a good point, and in the future, we can ask the auditor and to include, a sentence at the end of all grants that spells out the ordinance. I will say in the Shannon grant, I know Eileen from the Boys and Girls Club sends us a report on a regular basis. It goes through the police department, but Sergeant Hart has provided that to us in the past. And I'm pretty sure the other agency, the Boys and Girls Club, receives the biggest part of the Shannon grant outside of what the city receives itself. And I know that does happen because I remember, it's not everybody is in full compliance with that ordinance, which you did sponsor, and it's a good ordinance, and I don't see why we can't in the future add it as a part of the grant language itself. And I would hope that Cataldo would respond to it too, because this is, again, a good thing. It would be fairly simple to write up that they spent it and that it worked and kept dispatchers doing the job that they're required to do, but most important, what our constituents need and want them to do.
Yep.
So on this one, motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. Clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner. Oh, sorry, Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Coelho.
No.
9 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve that one. 30C, the fiscal 2024 support and initiative grant for $306,443, no match. I recommend that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another grant that we have received in the past, it is proposed that this particular grant is going to be used similar, where the bulk of it is going to be reimbursed for our dispatchers. We have to spend the money that's in our city budget before we can take advantage of this grant. But there's a new addition to this part of the 306,443, or more specific, $60,000 is going to be used to contract with BHN and CHD to provide what I think we've all recognized is support service in the area of substance abuse and mental health, especially mental health, in terms of the opioid crisis and what's happening on the streets of Holyoke. This would complement a lot of what we talked about and discussing in this area and working with the mayor, and this grant would fit right into that. Again, the bulk of it goes towards dispatchers, reimbursement of their salaries, and then the contracts with BHN and CHD.
Any questions on this one? Motion is passed first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion to pass the second reading. Clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for this grant.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Puello.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. Next is D.
If we could suspend the rules to take with 30D, item number 61 also, its replacement language.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So D is the Emergency Management Agency Fiscal 2022, or EMPG grant for $20,150. But if you go to 61, it's revised to be $20,150 with a match of $20,000. So motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Counselor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The item, the grant that was in front of the city council received the first time in the finance committee is the grant that is being replaced with one slight difference, but very important. The grant we acted on said no match. We had Jeff Trask with us explaining the use of this grant under the fire department, but under the emergency management services that Mr. Trask performs for the city. He did tell us that it does require an in-kind match. Some people thought that it wasn't important to say that it's no money, so it's no match. That's not the truth. In-kind not only has to be documented on our level at the city by the auditor, but it also has to be documented eventually and proven to the state that we as recipients did fulfill the in-kind match. So the language we're going to adopt is item 61, just adds the in-kind language. This was a fascinating presentation if nobody heard it. What they're going to do is purchase 2 drones. One's going to be an underwater drone, and one's going to be an airborne, more typical type of drone that we think about. They're going to be used by the emergency management, fire department, and not just crisis situations, but in a lot of different situations that it will help both the fire department and in some cases the public safety. You can use your imagination what these 2 pieces of equipment could use. They're very sophisticated. 10 years ago, I don't think we could have afforded them, but nowadays you can find things like this. The camera, particular underwater one, is high resolution, and the batteries are rechargeable as they're being used, which Jeff explained that this makes it, when you're using a drone, you can use it for as long as you want, because once one of the batteries is out, another battery takes over. The one that died recharges itself even while the drone is being operated. Fantastic presentation and by Mr. Trask, and I think it's a great use to with the in-kind documentation, put this grant to good use. So if we could just return the original to the auditor and adopt 61, the Finance Committee would appreciate it.
All right, so motion is to take 30D and refer it back to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 61. Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion to pass the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 61, which is the grant plus a match.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Puello.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. 30E, Committee on Finance hereby accept the provisions of the PVPC cleanup grant of $210,000, no match. Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our city engineer, Chris Baker, was not present. However, he did forward a email to us with the information for this particular grant. It should not surprise anyone. This is our portion of the annual Pioneer Valley cleanup funding, which is money that, as I stated earlier, this is a good example. It comes through the federal government, through the PYPC, and it goes to, in this particular in Western Massachusetts, a portion to the city of Holyoke, a portion to Chicopee, and a portion to Springfield itself. We are getting the bulk share for the second year in a row because we are just about at that phase of project readiness. This particular portion, and these are all CSO projects, in the plannings and down the road projects that this money goes to, which is the mandate of cleaning up the Connecticut River. We're well over, getting close to 60% of the work we have to do has been completed. But now our next big project is going to be River Terrace. This particular money will be used to finish the final design phase, which is what we are entering into. And the next project the city will do is River Terrace. That will be followed after River Terrace. The next big project will be Springdale Park along the dikes down in that area. So we thank the PVPC for allowing this money to come our way and to recognizing that our engineer, our DPW board, and everybody are working very diligently to stay on top on these CSO projects.
So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion to pass the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the 210.
Tallman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Maldonado Velez.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
McGivern. Murphy Ramboletti.
Yes.
Puello.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that. You want to take up F, G, H, and I as a package?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? F is Committee on Finance, the order, if needed, relevant department heads and mayor, please review the free cash certification. It's complied with. G is discuss the funds of interpreting subcommittee meetings, complied with. Order that the road improvements be made on Homestead Ave, Cherry Street, Lower Westfield Road, so on and so forth, complied with. And I is DPW replace the sidewalk at Queen Street between Coit and King, recently reviewed, complied with. So with that, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. The two items, Councilor Bartley had one, which is the Queen Street between Coit and King Street, and Councilor Bacon had the other, which is Homestead Avenue from Cherry Street to Lower Westfield Road. The city engineer did write, I think everybody got copies of it, but on the Councilor Bartley's order on that particular area, there's a grant that he's applied for, but it's the Minnesota Americans Disabilities Grant itself. And it's just what it does is it allow the city the revenue necessary to pay for the improvements, which includes the citywide assessment of sidewalks and what we know as ADA ramps that can be a little bit costly to put in, but are necessary by law when you do any of those types of improvements. Councilor Bacon was present at the meeting, and he did outline the Cherry Street is on the preliminary list of resurfacing for calendar year 2024. Even though the list has not been finalized at this point, we think that the engineer and the DPW have heard the request of both Councilor Bacon and Councilor Bartley and are moving forward on the projects. And then the third, each of these orders I think we're doing together is because they've all had discussion and weren't considered at the moment complied with. The third one was we had a very healthy discussion with the city auditor. As we all know, very, very late, the latest I've never seen, free cash being certified and not being even brought to the city council until, I think it was our first meeting in June or our last meeting in A, is unheard of. To little surprise, part of a good portion of the reason why it was so late was the behind scheduling of the reconciling of the revenue by the treasurer's office. And we ended up that not only did we discuss free cash, but we got into a discussion about the treasurers and noting that, you know, especially after spending $300,000 last year and looking for more money this year, that we need to start seeing some, I want to say results, but we need to start seeing some more specifics as to what is being done to get us on a schedule that makes sense for everyone, so that we don't have these snafus. Councilor Jordan led the charge after that. And our auditor presented us, I think everybody got a copy of the email, but it's essentially the recap sheet showing that there was or would have been $7.3 million in free cash. This happens every year. It's not something to be, some of it is alarming, but it's not all of it's not alarming. There are certain things that have to be reconciled off the free cash estimate and will not be considered recash because they are considered deficits. So we went through those item by item, got a better explanation that we didn't have time for in June because of what we were trying to do with the budget and balancing the mayor's request to spend what free cash they're allowing us to spend. But at the same time, we thought and did have a healthy discussion on it.
Councilor Vaden.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for filing that late file to have the firm come in and speak with us. But I first want to comment on the Homestead Road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy about the repaving part. And I would just like to note for the folks that are on the other end of Homestead from Westfield to Lower Westfield, that I'm assured that Veolia will start to work on some of the structures there that have been so problematic, even though that road will not be eligible for repaving yet. So I am cautiously optimistic about that. Relative to the free cash, the thing that I found most upsetting from that summary that our auditor did a fine job of providing to us was that she basically told us at the rate things are going, it's going to be the same this year. And that to me was stunning and stunningly disappointing after spending $300,000. So I really want to know what we got for our money, because I'm not seeing it. I'm not feeling it. We spent more for the consultant than we did on the entire department. And there was a comment made that we don't want to set the person up to fail. Well, we need people in the departments that are qualified to do the jobs. And so I think we really need to focus on developing the talent and getting the talent we need in the departments, along with holding these consultants accountable. I mean, they're making a fortune. I mean, we're like the never-ending money stream. So I'm really looking forward to the meeting, and I hope they come in with some concrete answers. But it's looking like it's going to be June again. And I just can't even wrap my mind around how we could spend that much money, have this firm working with us for an entire year, and still be basically in the same place we were. It's really frustrating. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Jordan.
Yep. First thing I'll say is this council was wise to put a cap of the first 2 months on that muni fund fin money, right? That money runs out at the end of August, as far as I'm aware. So it's going to be a time of accountability for them too. I want to see where all the money went, because boy, the problems are just mounting up here. Our auditor, she has the patience of a saint. I'll tell you, we better get our act together here. She may just throw her hands up in the air and run out the door, to be perfectly honest with you, because you can just feel her frustration. It's palatable. And when you see things like basics, how about don't spend money without authorizations? Can we do that? How about things like, no one is allowed to spend money to pay insurance premiums or life insurance premiums or retirement transfers and all these things without first the mayor approving it, then the auditor approving it, and then the treasurer approving it. That doesn't happen today. That is not even close to legal. That's totally illegal. As a matter of fact, she informed us that there has been no authorizations for these appropriations since September of 2022. That's almost a whole year. But yet the money's going out the door. And the mayor's not signing off, the auditor's not signing off, and it's the treasurer, someone down there is pushing a button and transferring the money out. You can't do that. That's illegal. Okay? Quote from the auditor, it's getting worse. One of the earmarks in the free cash certification pullback was cash variances. $167,000. We thought the money was in the bank, but guess what? It's not. We'll get back to you. Who knows? Is that a clerical error? We never had the money, or we had the money and now we don't know where the money is. That's a to be determined. $500,000 came off the free cash because we didn't properly estimate the retirement, dental trust, and FICA. This, to a certain extent, is understandable to a certain degree when you say, well, we ended up with more positions than we thought we had. $500,000? That's a lot, though. We'll see. Of course, we already all know that the city continues to live beyond its means with a structural deficit of at least $2 million a year. And it's been because of COVID, and Washington is just throwing the money out the door to all the cities and states of the United States. By the way, they have a printing press down there. Laura only knows where they're getting the money. No wonder the country's $30 trillion in debt, right? We're required to have a balanced budget. So, hey, everybody, here's ARPA, here's all these monies. Okay, so we're getting our cut. $39 million we got. So that's great, okay? Now, I want you to consider the tale of two cities. What did Chicopee do with their money, and what did Holyoke do? Of our $39 million, we said 8 of it we're going to spend $2 million a year for 4 years to cover the budget, the structural deficit. $2 million of your $4 million in your free cash is because of ARPA, okay? That would be $2 million less if we didn't get that. So thank you, Washington, all right? But that's not because we're heroes over here. That's because we got a gift from Washington that came through. That ends. We're in the 3rd of 4 years that we allocated this money. So we took 8 of our 39 million, we distributed the other 31 million. Of course, a certain percentage of it's used for administration. Now, Chicopee on the other hand, right? Meanwhile, I could also tell you there was a time not too many years ago when they had no stabilization fund and we had a stabilization fund. Okay, we were ahead of Chicopee. Now we're clearly behind Chicopee. Chicopee they got 34 million, by the way, which is interesting in and of itself because they have 16,000 more residents than we do, geographically a bigger city. But nevertheless, we got 39 and they got 34. Of their 34, they took 10 million of it and dropped it in their savings book, in their stabilization fund. The whole 10, didn't use a dollar for operational expenses. Okay, so and they distributed 24 million. That's what's going on in other cities. So whenever you hear this stuff, hey, we're doing great, and why not more of this and more of that, right? This is all trumped up with the $8 million in ARPA. Okay, where does that, do you see any structural changes around here that are going to make that go away after we got it one more for FY24? FY25, okay, now what? Where's that going to come from? We need to be making some serious systemic changes, and one of them is cleaning up this treasurer's office. So we definitely will need a meeting to get up to date on that. The other thing I wanted to point out is we're so far behind now on our reconciliations there, over a full year. It's not that we're like just reconciling 2021. 2022 hasn't even been started. This is why, to the chairman's point, we can't get free cash certified because we can't get outside auditors reports because we're so far behind on our reconciliations. It'll be really interesting to see the comments from the outside auditors on some of these structural deficits and defects. And the question is, what is MuniFund doing or MuniFin doing in all of this? Because now you could say some of this stuff is during the period that we're paying these people $25,000 a month to be the consultant. Again, we're spending more on the consultant than the entire labor cost of that department. We've added another treasurer position, a new deputy treasurer. So we'll see if that has an impact as well. So going to get interesting. We've got major problems down in the treasurer's office. One of our counselors is 100% correct. He alluded to it earlier, and he's certainly right. So we'll see how this all plays out. But this thing, we are way behind the 8 ball, and we got to get this as priority one. This, to me, is a hair on fire moment down there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone further? With that, all these are complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So that brings us to the end of finance to public safety. Councilor Rivera's offline, right? Because he's up in the air, I think. So Councilor Rivera, Councilor Givner are not here to sign the committee jackets. So my suggestion would be A, B, C, D, E, and F table until the
So
next
moved.
meeting because they
Second.
don't have the signatures. All those in favor? By
Aye.
Councilor Rivera. Sure.
I think we, or in the discussion, we voted on it, we didn't talk about the interpretation.
Right.
Oh, sorry. So before public safety, Councilor
If we could, I apologize. It was a good conversation. We thank you for the order. Scott McPherson was with us from Holyoke Media. What we learned was that our full city council meetings, there was 281 hours of interpretation provided in 2022. The cost was $42,000. The cost is running at $150 an hour, which pays for 2 interpreters that go, as Scott did explain to us, they go on and off 20 minutes, and they provide almost instantaneously interpretation to the residents of Holyoke in Spanish. We were estimating another $53,000 is in the fund. The money comes from the franchise tax fee, which comes through the cable users. When you pay a bill, you pay. It's a small percentage, but it adds up very quickly, and that money is funneled back into the what we used to call public access, but we now know a bulk of it goes into Holyoke Media. By contract, a portion still goes to the school department, which is very important, and I hope that always stays that way. So we thank you. We had the discussion. Someone asked me later, is everybody in favor of this? Does that mean they can start doing it? It's in my estimate that it's now in the mayor's office, and the mayor's got to make a decision if he wants to appropriate and use the money in that way. But we certainly now understand what it costs and what it would mean to do our subcommittee meetings the same way we do the full city council.
Councilor Jordan.
I'm in favor of doing the translation of the subcommittee meetings. We have to come up with a better approach than we're doing now. Financially, it's irresponsible to be spending $150 an hour for translation services. Especially, by the way, to an out-of-town firm, I would rather see if we can have the purchasing department, and I don't know if this is through your office as president. If I were in your shoes, my recommendation would be go to purchasing, see if we can get a request for community members where we could offer somebody a $30, $40, $50 an hour job providing these services, and see if we could get residents that would step up and be willing to do these. I mean, that would be a tremendous pay. They certainly would be making more than a city councilor makes, that's for sure. But on top of that, $150 an hour that we're paying for translation service, I mean, we've got to reevaluate that. I mean, we've got to find a more cost-effective way. Do we really need to have, courtroom level translation and that type of thing where it's literally, we have, apparently the way it was described to me, somebody comes in for 20 minutes, they do the translation, then you have to have a second person because they're each getting $75 an hour so someone can use the bathroom or take a break and all of this. We need to provide the service, but at that level of degree, I think we need to get more bids and think about a better way to be able to provide accessibility, whether it's in making investments in a subtitle system. We just got to look at it overall. I just don't want us to say, oh yeah, it came before city council, they had no problem with the 150 an hour. Maybe somebody don't, I'm sure there's people in this room that don't have any problem with the 150 an hour. I certainly don't speak for the group. I speak only for myself. I, Kevin, have a problem with $150 an hour because for 280 hours, it cost $40-something thousand. That was a lot of money. And when we're trying to pay all the bills, again, we're broke. This city is broke. And we need to be efficient with all of these. I think we need to think creatively as to how we can bring this down to a more manageable amount. Maybe the answer is it's going to take time and we keep paying this for now, and that was the comment I made at the committee, but we got to think in the future, how do we come up with better solutions? And I'd rather give 2 Holyoakers a job making 30, 40, 50 bucks an hour doing translation, and maybe it's tiring, so maybe somebody does this many meetings and the other person does this many meetings. And see how that goes, right? See if they're getting, the gist of the meeting and getting it very close, and see what kind of feedback we are. And then to the extent, we should also be seeing, I'd like just to see if we can do any investment to see if people are actually appreciating that, are watching the meeting, what type of feedback are we getting on the translation? Do you understand? What occurred at the meeting? Does this sound right? For $150 an hour, I wonder if we should be given a transcript of the meetings too. I don't know if that's available to us, but I'd like, maybe somebody could critique it to see how accurate it was or otherwise. But that's steep. That's really steep, and I think there's got to be a balance to providing the service and looking at more affordable methods of doing this. And we'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have to continue to do what we're using until we're now, but I sure would appreciate if somebody would study this to see if we can get this down to a more manageable number and provide this important service. And I just want to bring light to the fact it is costing that much and see if we can bring a cheaper alternative. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, born and raised in the city, we've never had a translator. So the Latinos that live in the city never really knew what was going on in these chambers and how they were being represented because of that language barrier. The city is over 50% Latino. And I think it's only fair that $150 an hour, you can't measure that with the amount of people that we represent in this community. Is there a cheaper way? There probably is. But I don't think that getting this professional service from, I always mess up their name. So can somebody help me?
Transfluency.
Transfluency.
Transfluency, yeah.
They provide a very well thought out, great service to our residents in the city. And it's very professional. And I, for one, I will tell you, that many Latinos, when I'm out, whether it's Fiesta de Patronales or out at the any event throughout the city, and I run into them, they tell me, "Thank you so much for providing that service. Thank you so much. We really look forward to it. It's keeping us informed." And I think that's really telling, because I've never had someone come up to me. It's almost as if it was a silent thing to them. They never came up to me talking about anything anything that we vote on or anything at all. And I think this service is very, 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 very important. So you couldn't put a dime on that. You couldn't put $1. You couldn't put a price tag on that. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couple points with the translation. Echoing Councilor Anderson Burgos, it's good to finally have translation interpreting services within our bodies, and so that those Spanish-speaking community members can actually understand what's going on. But I will say to Councilor Jordan's point, there should be some sort of study, there should be some sort of, like, I don't know if it's a questionnaire or survey or whatever it is, because I have listened to the meetings after the fact, and in Spanish, and it is hard to follow. It is hard to see, like, the section between who's speaking, when they're speaking. So I would love to see, get a response from the community. Is it actually working? As far as the pricing, it's a very niche sort of category when you're talking about government. We're talking, there's interpreters for the medical field, there's interpreters for social services, there's interpreters for all these different entities because of the intricacies and the different language that is used within these. So the 150 is sort of industry standard, to be honest. However, if we are going to spend the 150, are people actually being able to follow along? I guess my last point too is what I would love to see eventually is interpreter services going both ways. So we have, it happens a lot within our body where we want the Spanish-speaking population to know what we're saying and they can, follow along. But what happens when we have a Spanish speaker come into the chambers and speak to us? How are our monolinguals in the console able to understand them? You know what I mean? So I hope that when we do, I'm glad that we have some interpreting services now. I hope it just expands even more so that the communication can go both ways. But we should definitely find either, I don't know if it's a year thing, an annual thing, or whatnot to reassess and make sure that the services that we are paying for are actually working. Thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I want to just thank both speakers before me. I think those are all great points, very thoughtful of points, particularly Councilor Maldonado Velez. Again, I'm in favor of this. It's critical, important, and I like what he just added about can we get the service if we did have a Spanish speaker come. I'm just saying, let's do our homework and let's see what are people really able, what's the feedback we're getting for the service, and two, maybe 150 is the cheapest we can do, but I think it just should be at least studied. Is this the best approach? Are we getting feedback? Where is the work product? Is it maybe we could get a written to go with the meetings too? I don't know. I'd be interested to see, but I just want to be on the record. I'm in favor of the service. I was in favor of the service of having this translation. It's critically important for all the reasons everyone has said, but I do want to think that is it possible that this could be done for cheaper? I would like that studied. So just want to put that out there. Thank you, though, for both their comments.
Councilor McGivern.
We over the decades, we have talked about providing this service in many different forms, and we've always come into that brick wall of how costly it is to do it. I see it in the court system. I understand the importance of having professional people that know how to do it, professional people who do it. And it doesn't have to be a court translation, but it has to be with no editorial interpretation or comments. And when we discussed this, when Councilor Jordan was taking a little break from the City Council, that was one of the big points we made with the mayor and with Holyoke Media, that we wanted a professional service that would provide that service to allow all people to understand what happens in this chamber, but at the same time that there's no fear of some type of political editorial interpretation comment being made about what's being said, or any I don't want to say favoritism, but any type of poor translation. And so that's part of the reason I think it's costly. But it is a service that does come with a price tag. At the moment, we're lucky that it's, and I'm no doubt, regardless of where you fit into the population of Holyoke, most of our people have something to have provided, choose to have the service of Comcast cable provided to their homes, and the money does come through them for access and to allow for services like this. But I agree, we need to continue to do it, but we also need to see if we can do it at the same results, but a little less costly.
Anyone further? Just as a reminder, I was working with Councilor Bartley, then Councilor Murphy to then bring this to the council. We did go out to bid.
Yeah.
3 people came, 2 backed out, leaving this one, which is a professional company that, as Councilor McGivern has correctly stated, just interprets, doesn't give editorials, just says what we say. So the cost is a cost because there's not a ton out there. And I do agree, there's got to be a solution to, dealing with the method, balancing it, and seeing what the cost is. And I do have the solution. You don't even need a study. Just stop talking.
Don't have meetings.
Just kidding. Councilor Tallman.
Stop talking. We got to get talking some more here tonight. I'm ready to stay till midnight. No, I agree with what everybody said. It'd be brief. It's important that we translate. It really is. That we have to look at the cost, but it is a specialized skill. It definitely is, and I think our community deserves to see that. Not just in our full meeting. Who would have thought 10 years ago our meetings would be translated, in Spanish? So I think that's important. It's an important first step, and to see this at the committee meetings, I think would be beneficial to the community.
So all these are complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Back to public safety. 31A to F. Motion is to table. All
So
those
moved.
in favor?
Second, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Who's?
Table.
Public service. 32A, Command Public Service referred an order from the mayor. Letter appointing Michael Sullivan, Park Slope, as the Holyoke Economic Development, or HEDICT, member, which would be, expires June 30th, 2026. Recommend that be confirmed. Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, motion that be confirmed the appointment for the mayor for Michael Sullivan.
Motion is to confirm. Under discussion.
Yeah, this is Michael came. Many of us know Michael. He's served here for a few, dedicated servant here for 3 terms. And he's a business owner and somebody that is a go-to person and as far as development in this community. And he's working already well down in the lower areas of the flats and some projects going on right now. He's willing to put the time in. He was trying to get on a little bit earlier. I think it's supposed to start. His term started already July 1st because of the summer recess and everything. We want to get him right started to this position he's taken. Our colleagues, Murphy Ramboletti's seat, because she's not running. So I think he's definitely a great addition to this board.
Anyone further? All right. Seeing none, motion. Councilor McGivern.
Real quick, fantastic choice by Mayor Garcia. I know in the past Mike Sullivan's been critical of some of HEDIC and some of the doings, not of HEDIC itself, but of some of the things that HEDIC hasn't done, which isn't always HEDIC's fault. But regardless, he is very knowledgeable, as Councilor Tallman pointed out, and he'll represent the business area very well, and he already has an understanding of how HEDIC works. So looking for, he has not missed a meeting. The HEDIC July meeting was postponed, but if he's confirmed this evening and signs in at the city clerk's office, he'll be able to make the next meeting, which I think is in 2 weeks.
Yep, great choice, and Mike represented us for CPA, for CDBG.
School bill.
Never missed me. School. He's everywhere, and he is super knowledgeable, especially with the business side. He was the one that actually climbed into here to figure out what was wrong with the bathroom in our. He's just He's awesome. So with that, I highly recommend him, and I know we'll appoint him now, but motion to confirm him. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? He's confirmed. 32B, Committee on Public Service, who referred by the mayor, a letter reappointing Ms. Cooper Gordon for a term that will expire April 1st, 2028. Recommended be confirmed for the Hoyoke Housing Authority. Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, motion to confirm the reappointment for Mayor Garcia for Teresa Cooper Gordon.
Motion is confirmed. Our discussion?
Yeah, she's been on, I believe, 10 years totally here. She's the chairman there on the Housing Authority. There's been many things going on with the Housing Authority, especially down in the South Holyoke area. Some great developments. She's been up front with her votes on the Housing Authority, whether there's something that we agree with or not. She's been an open about her positions. She's a dedicated servant and has served the community of Holyoke well in the past 10 years on this board. So I think the mayor made a great appointment, reappointing her to serve with the Housing Authority.
Anyone further? Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple compliments on behalf of Teresa. I don't know her super well, but what I do know is she's extremely conscientious and she cares very much about doing a good job in this position. And she seems very civically minded, and I think it's very nice of her to continue to want to serve in this capacity. So she certainly has my vote. I wish her the best of luck on another term and appreciate all the effort she has put in on trying to do a good job on this board.
Councilor McGivern.
I think a good choice by the mayor, and I think it's a very difficult position, and Teresa has performed it well over the last 10 years, because what you have to do is you have to represent the tenants, understand and represent management of the Holyoke Housing Authority, which comes under a federal, umbrella itself, but at the same time, link it all together with the city and the needs of the city through the mayor's office, but through all of us. And she gets that, and she's done a fantastic job. Look forward to watching her work in the future.
Anyone further? Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yeah, I know Teresa Cooper Gordon very well. Lovely woman, hard worker, straightforward. You ask her a question, whether you like it or not, she'll tell you the truth. And I really appreciate that about her. And it expires on my birthday, so
There you go.
just thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one further, so motion is confirmed for the 5 years. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Can we take the next two together?
Motion
32
to
C
take
and
up
D.
C and D as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? C is Committee on Public Service was referred in order that the mayor and city council review and approve the relocation of the department and departments of unused space, tax collector, personnel office. Recommend it's been complied with. D is Committee on Public Service referred in order that the city council passes a resolution for Green Act. Recommended that be given leave to withdraw without prejudice. Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, 32C is, that's the room right out here. They used to be the tax collector's office. They're doing a mold mitigation right now, and the mayor will get back to us when they have an update on when that's done, and he will come back to the council so we can figure out what they're going to do with that office. And I think they were using it previously for some of the meetings, the group meetings, but right now they're under they're fixing the room, the mitigation for the mold. And on 32D, that's just something that was in the jacket and it's expired. So let's just leave without prejudice on that one.
Just one thing, 32C, Councilor Tallman, you're signing your name to it?
Yes.
Councilor Puello? Yes. Councilor Bartley?
Yes.
All right, so C and D. C is complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? D is it could be given leave to withdraw without prejudice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. D, G, and R. We did A, we did B, we're on to C.
We're getting there.
Committee on DGNR was referred, special permit application for 62 Pearl Street. Special permit be referred back to the clerk by the request of the applicant. Under discussion.
Yeah, so this was one of those instances where we probably shouldn't have gotten an application for it, but the building, when the proponent went initially to apply for this, it was explained that it was for a non-conforming use for an existing property, but it turns out this was actually a new property that was constructed, so it really shouldn't be coming to the city council for a special permit, and because of that, the applicant withdrew their application and is going to need to talk to the building department and perhaps the Board of Appeals, but either way, it's not something that the city council should be issuing a special permit for. So that's where that ended up.
All right, so a motion that refer it back. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? D, DGNR, who was referred, that the city ordinance and disposition vote, the city council accept the proposal of the sale of 267 Elm Street for $15,000. Recommend it be adopted. Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this property was put out to bid, and only one bidder submitted a response, but the purchasing department explained that this gave the city the opportunity to negotiate to a price of $15,000. This is owned by, the RFP was submitted by Gem Holdings. This is Eric Taub. He's done another property similar on Beach Street. So that was the overview on that. If anyone wants to add anything, please do.
Anyone further? So motion is to approve the sale.
Yeah.
Councilor Bradley.
Right, so just a quick little context. So for those watching at home, so Mr. Taub has created another LLC to go ahead and procure this property. He's done this at least 2, but maybe 3 times in finding lots that are available in the city, generally the lower wards, and his MO is to build a duplex on what was a vacant lot. Ultimately, he's going to come back to us with this one, as he has with the other ones, looking for relief from setbacks or other types of city restrictions. Now, generally, we've been very supportive of this. I anticipate we'll continue to be supportive of it. But it just goes to show that when we have vacant lots, and we have a lot of them, that sometimes developers have to be proactive in reaching out to OPED, identifying a lot, and then trying to start the mechanics of the government to get this available for disposition and ultimately get it to, declare surplus and ultimately get it sold. And I voted for every one of these, and the main reason, Mr. President, is, what is the city going to do with a vacant lot? At the same time, and Councilor Tallman and I, we've debated this multiple times, you've got to have, and we've been on the same page, there's got to be some sensitivity to the abutters. And, right now, where am I going with this? Right now, look, I want to see development in the city, Mr. President, but it can't be at all costs. So I hope I hope when Mr. Taub puts his proposal together and looking for relief from setbacks, that he really gets the abutters on board. The last time he was here, he did not. And, you know, I went ahead and supported it anyhow because, again, my inclination is to support development. I can't guarantee, although, I mean, I like this, but I can't guarantee I'm going to support it again. If the abutter comes in and says, look, you know, this is 6 feet from my window, when we know what the setbacks are, I mean, developers are going to have to come and figure out a smaller footprint or do something that's going to satisfy the abutters going forward. So I didn't say that on that night to Mr. Taub. I'm happy to say it when he comes back. Hopefully he'll play this tape, and hopefully he'll develop something that reaches the goals of the city. Yeah, we want to see development, but is sensitive to the neighbors. Because I know this is going to happen again, because he said it was going to happen again. So I just want us all to keep, again, I'm grateful for the investment. Every time somebody's come in here, I've always said thank you for the investment to the city. I've done that religiously, and I'll continue to do that. But there's got to be a little bit of give and take on this, and I really hope. And we have a couple things tabled in DGR where they were trying to get forced down a road, and those of us on the committee, the majority anyhow, said, well, wait a minute, let's take half a minute to sort of think this out a little bit. So just 2 points in summation. One, we want to see development. Developers have to come in and probably be more proactive, like Mr. Taub is, identify lots, because sometimes, you know, OPED is stretched so thin, you know, they can't cover everything, but we want to make it known that we want to get these lots off our balance sheet. And my second point is you got to be sensitive and reach out to your butters and let them know what it is you're attempting to do so that we can have a win for everybody. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Very well said. I can picture with him coming in here and the neighbors of the abutters, and they made some great points. I mean, it is true. We want development, but we have to think about the people that already live there next door. And he has built probably 2 to 3 duplexes in the city in different parts of the city. So, and I know Mr. Taub, he's really trying to do things in the city and really do the right thing. So, but Council, you said the right thing. Seemed like it was just yesterday, probably about 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago, they came before us.
She was sitting right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's true. And I can remember one of them where you know, I mean, I know people, my wife's family live in Newark, New Jersey, and you can put your hand out the window and almost touch a neighbor. There's no really closeness. So you gotta think of the people that are living around there. So it's very important. But we do want development.
Seeing no one further, clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve the sale.
Tallman?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Coelho?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 33E, DGNR.
President, can we suspend and take 33E and F together if the chair is okay with that? 'Cause I think they're both.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Motion is to take up as a package E and F. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? E is declare 118 Newton Street surplus property. F is to declare 138 Cabot Street as surplus property. Recommended that both be adopted. Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is similar to what Councilor Bartley was just talking about. You know, this is the first step in the process for the city to be able to get some of these properties off of our hands and back onto the tax rolls. The first thing we need to do is declare a property surplus. So both of these properties, they are, well, the first one is situated between a city-owned lot and an apartment. And so the intent would to be to package all 3 of those city-owned lots together and put them out to RFP. And then the second one, there's potential for new housing there, and a butter did reach out with interest. So the goal would be to get those declared surplus and put out an RFP. So pretty straightforward.
Anyone further? Counselor Bartley, then Counselor.
Yeah, I would just point, again, the chair summarized that perfectly. I would just point out that 33F is the IG zone. I mean, that's where you can put the cannabis facility and not have to traipse in here for requesting a zone change and go through those shenanigans. You've got it zoned properly. So I'm hopeful that we're going to find somebody to develop whatever it is, whether it's a residential, commercial, on this. As the chair said, we want to get these properties off our balance sheets and onto the tax-paying entities. And the sooner we do that, the better. One last point, I always like to point this out. This is where the rubber hits the road, where it requires two-thirds of a vote, two-thirds majority to get this through. When we go the second step to dispose of it, it's a simple majority. So just something to keep in the forefront of your mind when we're dealing with real property. Thank you.
Counselor Jordan.
And I know the committee doesn't, you're provided with this information. Is it possible whoever is preparing these, just for future reference, maybe through the chair, they could also include the amount of money that's owed in back taxes on these properties?
Yeah.
Because it would be helpful for transparency's sake, since these were acquired for non-payment of taxes, what's on this? Because typically what happens is, if we ultimately down the road sell this to somebody, they wash that off the rolls. So it's important for us to know, what's the city giving up in unpaid taxes? That would be helpful to whoever's preparing these for you. Maybe that would be helpful feedback. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, Counselor Jane, I was informed that is being worked on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeffrey is working on that, and
Good.
they're
Thank you, Jeff.
looking to get that fixed.
Well,
okay.
just through the chair, we ask for that every single time. I mean, every
we have
single time for
discussed
12
that.
years I've asked for it. I mean, this should not be
This is
surprise
the year.
attack. I mean, it just let us know what's on there.
Right. Because, if you're giving up, say, $100,000 in taxes, and then somebody says, I'll give you $2,000 for the lot, I think taxpayers need to know these things, is my point. We need to be transparent, so.
Well, Mr. President, to Kevin's point, that's exactly what happens, by the way. I mean, he's being somewhat humorous, but that does happen. In fact, we had that. I went to see the new procurement director, and boy, I'm glad she's on point. And she said those exact same words to me, that a gentleman came in and offering, $1,000 for, a beautiful part. I mean, it was laughable. But, they're halibuts. They're hackfish. And that's the game that they're in. They're bottom feeders, and I get that. But, she stood her ground, the committee stood their ground, and said, City of Holyoke's not taking that nonsense anymore, just like we all did with that tax increment financing stuff that you were giving away the ship for, which is coming up on the agenda, by the way, where we gave away the ship for Aegis and all the rest of them. And by the way, they've already flew the coop without paying a penny in property tax. Good for them. Good for them for all their 15 years that they're here. But we said no in 2016. That's it. So hopefully we won't see too many more of those. Thank you.
Anyone further for E and F? Counselor McGivern.
Very quickly, always important that we know what the numbers were, what the arrears were, but not to be confused with once the property is taken in tax title, the city gets zero, nothing. It's a donut. So anytime that we make a deal, or anytime that we try to work with a developer who does sign a reverter clause as to what they're going to do, we are putting these properties back on the tax rolls where they belong, even though it's starting from over and we'll never recoup our losses. Letting them sit there vacant, we recoup nothing.
Counselor Dre.
There is a recent Supreme Court case on these issues of tax title takings, and I think it's kind of interesting. It's not typically something that would probably happen here, but what's interesting is, and as far as I'm aware of, people are not doing this in Holyoke. but it is happening in Massachusetts, where a couple of things are occurring. One is the Supreme Court made it very clear recently, in the recent month, that if you take a property for taxes and you then turn around and sell that property, if you say they owed $5,000 and you sold it for $100,000, you have to give them, you take your $5,000 and you have to give them the other $95,000. That's okay. Number 2 point, you've got people that are going around, and I hope we don't forget these type of predatory people, but they come into different cities and they were going around cities, were unloading these tax titles to people, and they were going around purchasing the properties from the city for just the amount of taxes, and then they would turn around and sell it and pocket the difference. Supreme Court says you can't do that anymore, which is thank God. But it is important for us to track all of this, because theoretically, if we took a parcel for, at any point, by the way, usually it's within a year of arrears, you could instantly take a property for non-payment of taxes. So we're supposed to be tracking, so it doesn't technically go to zero, okay? If we got a property that actually had value, you know, say something was worth, that scenario I gave you, $100,000, and they owed us, didn't pay their $5,000 tax bill for the year, you could take that property. Problem that we have here, what I've observed, is we let things go year after year after year after year until, you know, typically it's a lot of these apartment blocks where the landlord milks the block, lets it go vacant, and then says, see you later, everybody. That's our situation that I'm screaming about down on Cabot Street, right? And there's been 2 fires in there since they handed it over. And now it's, hey, I made all my money, and I'm in an LLC. Now it's you. You go pay to demolish it. The bill I was supposed to pay, here you go, City Council. You go pay the bill. And meanwhile, I'm out in, you know, Beverly, Mass, or Lexington, and I milked this thing dry. So that's what they've been predatory on cities like us. So all I'm saying is we need to be interventionist early in some of these. You're actually not doing a favor by letting the bill kick so high. But if we actually had arrears and we collected the arrears, we're supposed to give the difference back to the owner. We'll see. But I think I'm just interesting as we continue to follow these transactions. You know, we need to be intervening on some, you know, you're a year or 2 behind. Put it right to the, you know, to the person to say, hey, look you need to figure out a way to square this up or something.
Councilor McGivern.
It's good to hear the Supreme Court is interested in the area, because it is a major problem for all communities, not just the city of Holyoke. And I hope that if they're that interested, that they will finally take a stand on the loopholes in ownership of property known as corporations called LLCs. That is what kills us. Because LLCs, and we know the story over and over again, we go to take a piece of property that is owned by an LLC. We're this close to the land court saying, yes, it belongs to you, the city of Holyoke, and there's a new LLC corporation formed. We heard one where the building collapsed on Main Street, and the daughter of the true owner didn't even know she was the president of the LLC. And that was tragic, because there was a person there was a fatality in the property next door to that particular building. Yeah. So if the Supreme Court wants to really get involved, close the loopholes on what's known as LLCs. And if some person has 10 LLC properties in Holyoke, it's not 10 LLCs, it's one person. Right. And we should be able to go after their home, never mind the property they're not paying taxes on. Even when they do live in New Hampshire, we can go find them.
So E and F, motion is to adopt. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for both.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Coelho.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Third 33, with that, you approve both. 33G, DGNR was referred that the City Council invite representatives of the newly established High Street Business Association. And this is that it's complied with. Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we had a very in-depth and I think pretty productive conversation with folks from the High Street Business Association. This is a new association that has been established probably in the past 7-8 months, a little longer. Last fall really was when it first started, and so we had the president or the executive director of the Holyoke Chamber of Commerce, Jordan, and property owner Vadim Kolchinsky. They were speaking on behalf of the High Street Business Association, but we had a great crowd in attendance, as well as the mayor joined us, the police chief joined us, and the our director of the DPW, Carl, was here as well. So we really thank them for their attendance. You know, these challenges and concerns are not new necessarily, but the folks who are forming this business association, they have, there are a lot of new stakeholders in High Street, and they are taking the initiative to organize and advocate. So we applaud them and thank them for that effort. You know, it's a mix of business owners, property owners, nonprofits, and just different community members who are concerned about public safety. They're concerned about beautification, trash. So the mayor and the chief and our it's not a superintendent anymore, the director of DPW, they all shared as well their updates on some of the things that they are working on. We talked about potentially installing trash receptacles on High Street that could eventually, this association could lead to a business improvement district at some point, but there's a lot of factors to figure out beforehand. So I think this was a great first initial discussion on, you know, just hearing from the community, understanding that the mayor, DPW, the police chief are aware, they're trying to address it. Of course, finances and our capacity is always going to be a challenge. But we're grateful to those folks who came, who care enough to make the effort. And I just want to say, since this meeting, there was a High Street cleanup that was organized. About 60 people ended up showing up to that, which is amazing. A lot of city councilors, you know, Jose, I think Izzy, Jose, Jenny, Coco. I was not able to be there, but overall, just Juan, sorry, I'm not in there. I can't see your face. But yeah, just a great discussion. So I just want to thank those who did show up and thank everyone for a good conversation.
So motion that's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
33H, DGNR was referred in order to the legal department for update on properties, which would be in the housing court, I do believe. Yeah, the housing court receivership. Motion that's been complied with. Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll keep my comments brief. We still got a little bit to go. But yeah, it was just a great opportunity for us to hear from the law department on the various properties that are currently either in receivership or on the track to receivership. You know, it's great to see so many active cases and, you know, just really trying to make sure that it's really, a lot of these properties are houses that are within residential neighborhoods that are surrounded by houses that are not vacant. And, that can really significantly impact a neighborhood. So for us to be kind of moving these along so that we can get them into a receiver and hopefully get those properties rented out or sold or whatever, so that, there's a family living in it, it's on the tax rolls. And we just appreciate the updates from the law department and everything they're working on.
Anyone further? So motion that this is complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Off to Charter and Rules. 34A, Committee on Charter and Rules will refer in order that all employment-related ordinances issues sent to the Public Service Committee instead of the Ordinance Committee. Recommend it be adopted, but striking out instead of Ordinance Committee.
So President, then the rules will actually take up 33A, 33B, 34A, 34B, 34D, and 34G together as a package.
34G. Motion is to suspend the rules, take those up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So A, I just read. B is, who was referred that all roads and sign issues be sent to Public Safety instead of the Ordinance Committee. Recommend be adopted, but striking out instead of Ordinance Committee. D is Committee on Ordinance or Charter and Rules that the Public Service Committee be renamed to Public Service and Human Resource Committee. Recommend be adopted. G is that we create a cannabis committee strictly dealing with marijuana special permits and ordinances, and that's leave to withdraw. Councilor Maldonado Velez and Councilor Murphy, signing your names.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you.
Turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. So taking these all together, having to do with committee jobs and roles, the first three, A, B, and D, were orders that the President McGee put in. The first one with public service. Yeah, so for the first one, it has to do with sending all employment-related ordinance issues to the Public Service Committee, and then the 34B, sending all vote and sign issues be sent to the Public Safety Committee. Both of them have the part where we're striking out instead of Ordinance Committee, because we do have a rule within our charter, within our council rules, that says all ordinances need to go to the Ordinance Committee. What this will do instead is, as it stands right now, if it has to go to ordinance, it can still be referred first to either public service or public safety. But if it does require an ordinance change, it does have to go to ordinance just based on our city council rules. So that's why we struck out the instead of ordinance committee, because it may end up being there. That is for 34A, 34B. 34D is just changing the name, since we are sending employment related items to public services, adding the human resources part to it. And those are all recommended to be added, adopted within our city council rules. As far as 34G was an order that I put in, and the reason why I took it up together is because I believe the first three are sort of actually getting to what I'm hoping to do, is to really make our committees more effective. The order that I put in 34G was probably one of the first ones I put in when I first got elected. And a year and a half later, I just feel like it can be more effective. We can actually make our committees more intentional, as we're talking about ordinance and streamlining things. I think the first two orders is one of many that will come, just to make sure that, the ordinance is not being bombarded by so many things, and that we can actually do the work. One of the things that was said during the meeting is, ordinances, we are 13 members that got elected to make ordinance changes. It shouldn't just have to go to ordinance, but we'll get there eventually. That is all I have for those four, and if anyone else has anything else to say, that'd be great.
Anyone on any of these? Councilor McGivern.
Just ask that we separate 34G as a package and vote on it separately.
Yep. So, Councilor Barley.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that we separate 34B from this. I don't want to vote on that as a package myself.
Okay. All right, so
Okay.
first, Councilor Bacon, go ahead.
And I would just note under 34B, for an item such as a handicap parking space, you wouldn't really want that vetted somewhere else and then have to be sent to ordinance, because it would just delay the ability for the person with the placard to get the space. Because then it would have to go to 2 places instead of 1. And I would just note that ordinance is not backed up on traffic, but public safety has been very backed up on traffic. But the will of the body.
Councilor Barley.
Yeah, I think these are all pretty fine efforts. I don't have a problem with certainly 34D. I actually like the name change, and 34G, it is what it is. Although I have a comment on that, but 34A, I mean, employment-related issues. That is so very broad. I guess if that's a topic that's kind of weighing down ordinance, I guess that's fine. But 34B, I would really hope that this body does not adopt that. I was strongly advised that we do not adopt it. It's just going to add, in my opinion, another layer of bureaucracy that is unwarranted. The ordinance committee runs its show the way it runs it, but it gets all the stuff to us, and you've got to put things in legal form. So I would just strongly say, please vote no on 34B. The rest of them, I'm just going to make one last comment on 34G. I didn't support that from the beginning. I'm glad but I think that when you see, articles about, that misguided rag that covers us from Springfield, saying that the marijuana industry is not coming to well, that's not true. That's completely false. The author is ill-informed gentleman, and as it is anyhow, proven time and time again. And in this, we have yet another applicant for a marijuana cannabis facility coming to Holyoke. That industry is going to persist. It will ebb and flow, just like all private sector industries ebb and flow. But Holyoke was way ahead of everybody. We're still way ahead of everybody. Our ordinances to that were basically developed right here, right at that table, over many, many meetings. We don't get any credit for that from that dope down in Springfield, and that's fine. That's fine. They can belittle Holyoke and the cannabis industry, but we led the way. I didn't vote for it, but when the citizens passed it, I sat there for dozens of hours getting the legislation right, and I think we got it right, because we've had very few amendments to it, and other than our special permits. So I think we did a great job, and we should be very proud of the ordinances we put together and how welcoming and friendly we've been. So when we get idiotic articles from an idiotic reporter blasting Holyoke for the cannabis, I get aggravated. And I don't care who knows it. So some of the, and there's never any, hey, attaboys about the great job we did going forward. Yeah, not every permit is going to be fulfilled, Mr. President, but how many permits did we pass? And how many opportunities did we give to businesses coming in here? But there's no credit for that. It's just, well, the industry's not what it was in 2016 or 2017. Well, so what? So, Holyoke should be proud of it, and not only that, I think we're diversifying away as a community, we're expanding our tax base. Marijuana, though, look what we did, Mr. President. I'm not going to go on my horse for too long, but look what we did. We took dormant, do-nothing, black hole in the IG zone that were never going to get developed, and we turned nothing burger buildings into $1 million properties. That's what we did at that little table by putting it in the IG zone. And the ordinance committee did a great job at that time. But do we get credit for that from that idiot or that dopey editorial board down there? No. But that expanded the tax base. So I'm glad I'm glad for the work that we've done. I'm glad for the work that we'll continue to do in the ordinance committee. Generally does a great job with this. So, and I have a 100% voting record in supporting every special permit that's come in. So I'm proud of that too. So, sorry to go off on a tangent, but that's my piece. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Wow.
That's quite
The reason I asked 30, first of all, I recognize and commend Councilor Maldonado Velez for the hard work he's done on rules, the hard work he's done on renaming, reorganizing, rethinking the way committees work, because I think it's always important, and it's certainly something that helps us in doing the work as a city council. The reason, and it's not that the concept or the intent is wrong, of forming another committee is what I'm against, and it's simply a numbers game. I've said this before. Back in 1980, there were 23 committees. I chaired 2 committees that never met because nothing was ever put in the committee. It just becomes, with 13 of us, a very difficult task for the president, but a very difficult task of aligning committees that can be working committees, which is what committees are, to do a study, to do an analysis of an order, of a petition, and get it back to the full city council. And there's only so many nights in the week that committees can meet, and there's only so much that we can do. And I realize the ordinance committee and all committees seem to be taking on a lot of work. And part of it, I think, is because Councilor Maldonado Velez has redefined the way we think of where to put something. But we got to make sure an ordinance committee always has a city solicitor present, which is important. And that's because almost everything coming out of ordinance will be going into legal form, and being able to work with the city solicitor and to work with the planning board on the legal language and the language that comes out of that committee is important. So I as much as I support what Councilor Maldonado Velez is doing, I just can't vote in favor of creating a new committee, and unless we go back and take back those 2 at-large councilors we got rid of and go back to 15.
All right, so, Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess just some responses to some of the things, like I know the handicap parking one that was brought up. It doesn't necessarily, the way I see it, like these are sort of guidance for us as a committee. Every time there's an order that gets put in front of us, someone motions to send to a certain committee, someone seconds it, and then we get sent to that committee. If we decide the handicap parkings should definitely just go to ordinance, like I feel like that as a body we can do that, as long as we all agree on it. So because I don't want to make it 2 steps for handicap, to that point. It just doesn't make sense, and it doesn't really give us what we want from these. To Councilor McGivern, so the first 3 orders were put in by Councilor McGee. So I just want to give President McGee the credit for for putting on these 3 orders. And I hear about having this extra committee, or not putting extra committees. The reality is I think it's Northampton, I believe, has 4 committees. And then you look at Chicopee, which was referenced earlier as doing great things, they have 17, 19 committees, right? So I think we just got to decide what works best for us. I think what we've been doing in the last year and a half in Charter and Rules is having discussions about like what the committees are. Just an example, I go into Charter and Rules, and I remember people telling me from the past, oh, you're the head of Charter and Rules? That's the debt committee. That's where people send all the orders to die in. And the past year and a half, we've actually been having conversations. We've actually been looking at the city council rules. We've been looking at how our infrastructure within our body is working so that we can be effective. So, the 34G in particular, we did give it a leave to withdraw. I believe Councilor Murphy-Gambaletti was the only one that was like, no, we should keep it and, have more discussion on it. But I hear all the points that are being made. Thank you.
As a former chairman of Charter and Rules, I find that insulting.
You couldn't find the jacket
That's
for
what
it
they Really, that's what they told me.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
He's kidding. All right, so why don't we go backwards? 34G, it's leave to withdraw. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? We'll go back to the top, which is 34A. This one is all employment-related issues be sent to public service instead of ordinance, but then striking out instead of ordinance committee. Motion was to adopt that. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for that one, because you want to separate everything, right? Everyone said?
I think they do want
Yeah.
separate votes, but
Okay.
can I ask one point?
Sure.
When we're doing rule changes, we need to have the wording in front of us.
Yep.
That level of precision has to be the same as when we're adopting ordinances, because what we're actually adopting is not necessarily the exact wording that's in these orders. So we need to
Then why
be
don't we-
very careful, because if I listened carefully, and I was at that meeting, ordinance is still going to be ordinance, and all these things. But what I think the compromise was on a lot of these items is the initial conversation and information gathering would occur at these committee levels that are sort of the subject areas, but that if they felt after review that it needed to advance to an ordinance, that they would take that body of information and give it to the ordinance committee to say, here, move the football down the field. But if they, after doing the initial review, said, nope, we don't really need to do this, it was a way to help the ordinance committee become more efficient by vetting a lot of this initial information gathering in stages, sort of a weed through, if you will. Instead of having 10 items go to ordinance, maybe only 1 or 2 end up in ordinance because the other 8 are resolved in another way. So my point is, and why I go through that level of precision in the rules. So whatever rules we do adopt here tonight, I would hope that I want it all conditioned on it's subject to review at the next meeting of the council, if we are going to go forward tonight, to have an opportunity to review the final wording, in case we have to tweak anything at the next meeting. Because I would like to say, Rule X change from this to this, and I can see the exact wording from here to here. I just hope we have that level of precision in there. I mean,
So-
some of these might be self-explanatory, but others are not.
So, to your point, you're absolutely correct on the intent. The second part, it would probably be better to table this to get it drafted to see what it is and then vote on it correctly.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion. Counselor Bacon, you had your hand up.
Yes, I only wanted to say, I usually attend those meetings, but I had a conflict that night. But I did go back and look at the tape, and my interpretation was what Counselor Jourdain just summarized from what I heard.
That was the intent.
Thank you.
So, for Counselor Malo Velez.
Oh, sorry, my hand was up from the last time, but real quick, I agree. I'm down to table it and look at the actual language in front of us, because, I mean, to my other point about charter rules being like the dead committee, we also don't want to just be, putting council rules without actually looking at where we're going from to where we're going. So wholeheartedly agree with that.
So do you want to take A, B, and D and get it drafted to look at? I mean,
That works for me.
Technically,
Well,
34D is straightforward, but you still have to.
I mean, I don't have a problem with D, because that's just a name change, and I mean, it's pretty much all spelled out right there.
So how about 34D? Motion receive, adopt. Clerk would call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the name change.
Which one is that, a B or D?
D.
D.
D, okay.
Dog.
As in dog.
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Hartley,
Yes.
Jourdain,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern.
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Puello.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right. So D was passed.
Well, Mr.
Hey,
President, I'm going to make a motion then to give 34B leave to withdraw.
Oh,
Well, you don't want to table it? Until
I
we
want
get
to give a
the
leave to
final-
withdraw. I don't even want to see it. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But if I can
I'll
get a
second.
second, so be it.
All right. So motion is 34B to give leave to withdraw. All those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Say the noes have it, unless you want to show of hands.
Go hands.
Show of hands. All those who want to give leave to withdraw.
I do.
1, 2, 3. All right, so that fails. So back to 34A and B to
Table.
table to have it drafted up.
Let's see the final wording. Yep.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. 34E, Charter and Rules that the Law Department and City Council need to discuss, the Supreme Court decision. That's complied with.
Do as a package
Yes,
with 34F too.
And take up 34F with that. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 34F is Charter Rules. Modify 6D and add the use of profanity is prohibited with no longer being permitted to speak on the question, so that is to deny. Councilor Manuel Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll speak on 34F first because it was the order that first came into the body. It was an order put in by Councilor Bacon and Councilor Puello. And you know, we had two different meetings where we discussed it. The first meeting was pretty much the same thing. The second meeting, where I think one thing that we really need to be aware of is language and like just people coming with different backgrounds, and profanity for some can mean something different to different people. But at the end of the day, I think what we should have is respect for each other, respect for each other as a councilors, respect for the people in our community, respect for the employees. I think as long as we have that, then, sometimes profanity may come through, not in a disrespectful way, but sometimes in a way to emphasize certain things that, someone wants to say. That's just a reality of some languages and dialects that people, speak with. With that said, so 34F is something I believe is directed towards the council. Then 34E is something that has to do with the public. So 34E, there was a community where during public comment, there was a member of the public that was speaking during the meeting, referenced and called one of the council members, called him a Hitler, essentially. And it got to a point where they shut off the meeting, saying decorum, and they should not, the public should not be speaking in that way, essentially. Then the Supreme Court of Massachusetts made an opinion, or not exactly what the actual term is, but they decided that the public does have the right to speak freely as possible within the public comment sections. And one of the points that I made during the last meeting is, we have the city council rules, but the city council only apply to the 13 members that agree to the city council rules, not the public that comes in. The public did not decide to put their names into the ballot, get elected, and decide and agree on these council rules. It was us 13 members. With that said, the president still, has the right to keep decorum within our body. It's not that we're just giving a free for all and the public can just say whatever exactly. There's certain crosses we can't go into, to hate crime and to actual inciting violence. Like there are certain lines that they can cross, and the president does have a right to address that and bring it to the attention. So with 34F, we just decided that we're going to deny it. We don't need to add the no profanity into our city council rules. I think we all agree that as long as we're being respectful to each other, then it's fine. Not saying that it's a free-for-all. We're not just going to be F this, F that. I know Councilor Jordan said FFF, so we're still trying to figure out what those triple Fs are for the last meeting. But either way, I think for us, just be respectful to each other. We're going to disagree on things, and that's okay, but we don't have to call each other names, essentially. However, if the public does want to during public comment, they can. And again, the president can decide to either nip it in the bud and just say, we're moving on. But this is what we signed up for. We decided to be in the public arena, be the public faces. I know I got a moment last year where the public was coming for me, and this is a reality of our jobs. And anything else that anyone wants to add? Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
So my comment pertains to 34F, and this is what I'll say about that. If somebody is making their point in a debate and they're going to use profanity, and we all know what the words are, and we all choose to use them or we choose not to use them, it is disrespectful. I don't care if the person is speaking directly to me, saying you are or if they are just using the words for emphasis to, in my opinion, stifle response. Because when people start using profanity, it is not to make an argument, it is to win a battle. And that's what profanity is used for. It's not used to make a point, it's used to pound something. And so that is the Linda Vacan take on it. And I do agree that under our rules of decorum and speaking, that somebody utilizing profanity could be addressed and could be reined in by the president, should the president so choose to do that, by the way that they're written. But that would include the interpretation that the use of profanity is disrespectful, which I submit it is. Thank you.
Counselor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate what I said that evening at the Charter and Rules Committee meeting. I think the order prohibiting profanity is borderline unconstitutional. I think it's kind of a First Amendment thing, and I think if, while it is disrespectful while some counselors may feel that it is disrespectful, some counselors may not. And I think we should let the people of Holyoke decide if they don't like when a counselor occasionally, unintentionally, in the heat of the moment, says some profanity. They can vote them out and they don't have to re-elect them. And I think that's something that we should let the voters decide. I don't think, it's just great discussion though. Thanks, everyone.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make it clear, I don't use profanity. It's not who I am. But I wanted to state this because I've been thinking about it ever since this all happened. I've been here going on 6 years now, and before this term, my first 2 terms, I heard other counselors use profanity and no one bashed an eyelid. Nothing was said. And I find that interesting, and I think we need to look at that. Because it's okay sometimes, but it's not okay other times. And I think that's wrong. I mean, again, I don't use profanity. Well, not on the mic anyway. I'm not no angel. But we really need to, if we're going to point out a specific time when someone's using profanity, then think about all the times over the years that profanity was used in these rooms, and I heard it with my own ears, and nothing was ever mentioned until one of my current colleagues said a word that's not even nowhere near the profanity I heard in the past. And I'm not going to mention names because it's not about that. It's about being fair and honest and open. That's all. Thank you.
Counselor Maldonado-Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's just important to note that language develops, it changes. Words that we thought were really bad in the past are being used now on the 8 o'clock show on a random Tuesday where younger people listen to it. So I think it just goes back, actually Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti said it perfectly. We're stepping into First Amendment violations when people, I believe it's more disrespectful to try to silence someone than someone just trying to use a certain language because that's just what they feel most comfortable with. Again, I think it goes back to, are we respecting each other in these chambers? And I will say that there's been very disrespectful moments within the last year and a half without any profanity being used. So how do we deal with that, right? At the end of the day, I think we just need to be respectful to each other, and the language that each individual chooses to use, again, not that it's a free-for-all and we're just going to go extreme. Someone had pointed out that we are airing in Channel 15, so even cable television has certain limitations and whatnot. But we're not here to silence each other. We all got elected. All 13 of us got elected by people of Holyoke to be the voice for them. And if for some reason the people don't believe that they're no longer being served by this individual, then we vote them out. So to Councilor Murphy Ramboletti's point, it was a great discussion. Of course, a good discussion will keep going on. Councilor Anderson Burgos, thank you for bringing that, because I'm sure profanity has been used before. I can't believe that this is I refuse to believe this is the first time that profanity has been used within these chambers. But thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
I would just note, and I want to push back on some of these things. I've been sitting here for a long time, and we have not had an issue with people using profanity in the chambers. We have not had an ongoing issue. Until this year, we've had a more pressing issue in that regard, and with people coming into the microphone and speaking on a variety of hot topics. Now, for this to be portrayed as a First Amendment issue is a false flag. We are a city council. We adopt our own rules. We can adopt a rule on decorum. So just on its face, you cannot throw this out on a First Amendment argument. I don't think people sign up to have their children watch a city council meeting and have to worry about the rating of it. Is it R? Is it X? Is it whatever? This is a family-friendly public forum for our community. And yes, we are duly elected people, but there are certain expectations that come with being in the public. And we are here in the public for not only the voters, not only adults, for the families. And so this order was aimed at decorum. I will say that I do believe with a president following our rules and keeping decorum, that if people start going down that path, if they are corrected, then that is met. And I think because it had happened a couple of times and there was a lot of heating up, and it was seeming to become more routine, and then it was being defended from the perspective, well, certain people grew up different ways and that's the way they talk. Well, we may all talk certain ways in certain places, but when we're at work, when we're somewhere else, you might with your friends sit and be very casual with your language, but I think as Councilor Burgos said, when he's at work, and when he's here, which is at work, which we are at work, we're not using profanity. And so that's all it was about. Let's not overcomplicate it. It's not that complicated. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
Just, I found both discussions very interesting, and just on 34E itself, what the Supreme Court talks about in free speech is a fundamental part of our constitutional rights, a fundamental part of who we are as Americans, and we do have to recognize the Supreme Court protects that and should protect that. We sit here as elected officials, and we are given the privilege of representing those who choose us by voting for us to sit in this room and to be their voice and to be their elected official to act the best in their best interest, the best way we think and see fit. I've spent a career of recognizing that a lot of people who vote for, I believe myself, are part of the silent majority who don't necessarily want to meet me, don't necessarily want to talk to me, but they want to understand that I vote in their best interest and I make decisions the best I can for what I think that they would support. And I think that that's important to understand, that that silent majority is watching us, and we don't need rules to have decorum. We don't need rules to say we should practice decorum. And I agree with Councilor Maldonado de Velez. It's not about profanity, it's about respecting each other. And that's what we try to. And there are moments when we all lose it, and God knows I have. And you know, none of us want to, and with the heat and the passion of some of the debates in this chamber, that will happen. And we just have to step back and take a minute and practice the decorum that we should give to everyone. When it comes to the public, you know, public is why we're here. And certainly there are votes that we take that require a public hearing, and that means we listen to the public before we speak and before we add, to the reasonings of why we're going to vote one way or the other. But when it comes to a public speak out at the beginning of our meetings, that is not required. We give that as a privilege, extending the privilege that we're given to sit here and to expect decorum from a public speak out at the beginning of meetings, I don't think is asking too much.
That's right.
All right, so with that, 34E is that it's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 34F is the change in the rule that it be given, it be denied.
Mr.
Yep,
President?
yep.
I'd like to offer an amendment that it just be given leave to withdraw.
Leave to withdraw? All right, so motion is to give leave to withdraw. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Leave to withdraw. Okay.
All right.
That takes us to
Motions, orders, resolutions. What?
34G. That's
do
what I'm
that?
looking for.
We did it, didn't we?
I thought, yeah, we already,
Yeah.
we approved that already.
We did that. Remember, we
Check
did
that
it first
box.
and then go back.
We're going with lightning speed. It just went right by you.
Yeah.
Just took it up.
That's gone.
34G?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it a roll call?
Hit the tape.
It was just leave to withdraw.
It was leave to withdraw.
Withdraw.
Oh, sorry.
I said we're going to go to that first and then come back.
All right.
Joe, you got 5 months. Stay with us.
You see why I'm leaving?
All right. Motion
He gave me a
orders.
shot last time. I'm returning the shot fired now.
I didn't hear anything.
I need shot
I'm
spotter.
trying to
in
get
here.
on to motions, orders, and resolutions. All right, 36. Counselor Bartley has
Just abbreviated readings. Just bullet
abbreviated
points.
readings, yes. 61 law should be trimmed and/or removed. So this would be receive, adopt, send to the forester.
Yeah, motion received, adopt, and refer to forester.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 37, city engineer and/or Viola suggest improvements to the sidewalks catch basin at 5 Martin Street. So
So this is referred to the Public Safety Committee to review it, but copy to Veolia and the engineer.
to public safety, copy to engineer Viola. All those in
Veolia.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 38 from Counselor Bartley, HPD and Mass DOT work to promote pedestrian safety plan. Where would you like to go with this one? Refer
Well,
to HPD, Mass DOT, District 2, and DGNR.
Yeah, this one I want to refer to DGR and copy to the Police Department and Mass DOT District 2. I just want to make a very brief comment.
Sure.
Is that seconded?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. This, Mr. President, is the crew that is going to be crossing Homestead Avenue, parking in Lot Q, world-famous Lot Q at HCC. Even my father would laugh at that, the Lot Q stuff. So we're going to have up to 300 employees in Lot Q at certain points during the construction of the Soldiers' Home, which I'm understanding is now the Veterans' Home. So I didn't even realize that till we had a meeting. So there is no sidewalk on the west side of Homestead Ave. There is a half-bay crosswalk at the main gate, which nobody seems to want to fund the full repairs. We're going to get to that in a minute. So HPD and District 2, and I'm going to also, if I could have a friendly amendment, refer this to Mrs. Duffy and to Mr. Velas as well, please, because what we need, I want to make sure that they're fully apprised of all this. Just one last point on this. I have now 4 emails into our supposed liaison at Mr. DeFazio in Boston. I've yet to have the pleasure of a reply. So I'm hopeful that Mrs. Duffy will, and she's now aware of all these things too, so I'm hopeful that she'll stay on point on all this. But you know, you're gonna have people across the street, Mr. President. I mean, at 6:30 in the morning, 7 in the morning, with trucks barreling down all over the place and cars flying on Route 202, and they're just gonna be jaywalkers all over. I mean, something's gonna give there. So hopefully we can tighten that up.
All right, so also adding send to state rep and state
Rep and State Center.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 39 is that the mayor provide an update for funding for the crosswalk at HCC main gate. Referred to the mayor, copy to
Alarm Division.
the Alarm Division.
That's what
Please
it says.
provide communication by September's meeting.
Yeah, if America just tell us if we're going to fund this or not.
So motion is receive, adopt, refer to the mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 40 is the mayor provide, also for Councilor Bartley, sorry, update on the funding pedestrian safety signals at Hitchcock and Maine.
I said Hitchcock and Martin.
Martin, sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, if we could just do the same thing we did before, just refer to Mr. McGivern's committee, just have a brief little talk about it, and then we'll figure out the financing.
All right, so 2 finance with a copy to the Alarm Division. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 41, the city of Hoyoke adopt an ordinance where no truck signs or other informational signs be legally posted to help the monitoring of the public.
Ordinance?
Yeah, this
Ordinance.
is just, so we're talking an ordinance. Talking an
To
ordinance.
ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye,
All
thank you.
opposed? 42 is a handicap sign be removed at 282 Pine
Ordinance.
Street, so to ordinance.
Ordinance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 43, community support order that the city establish a Schedule A for homeless and
Ordinance.
housing, so to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 44, the community support
Charter
order.
rules.
That city council meeting regular 2.5 hours, so to charter and rules.
I mean, where else
All
are
in
they gonna
favor? All
Oh.
opposed? 45, the community support order that a 30-minute
President?
public comment. Yep.
Just, if I may point out, I do know that 2.5 hours is 150 minutes. I don't think I need to have that quite spelled out in that detail, but
It's there.
well, it's super clear now. So
It's there. So 30-minute public comment be added to the council meeting, so that would be charter and rules.
charter and rules.
All those in favor? All those opposed? 46, no truck signs be placed at the beginning and end of along Beacon Street. So that'd be
45.
ordinance for this one.
Mm-hmm.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 47 was done. 48 from myself, or that light be installed by the new playground at Kennedy Field. So send that to, receive, adopt, and send it to DPW Park and Rec. All those
Moved.
in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
We did.
49 is from Councilor McGee, Jordan, that Rule 7B be amended to add 10-minute response time for counselors, sent to Charter and Rules. All those in
Yep, charter
favor?
and rules.
All opposed?
Aye.
50 from myself, or that the Edward Kennedy monument plaque be redone and invested in an upgrade for this one with regards to recognizing the veteran. So probably receive, send to public service, and then send a copy to
Well, wait a minute. Is that does that cost money to do that?
well, that's why I'm saying, I think they're looking to raise money too for it. So to public service in order to discuss it, and then get Jesus in here from Veteran Services, see if there's
It'd
funding.
be the, also, it's actually the War Memorial Committee is in
War
charge of
Memorial
all
Committee.
monuments.
Yeah.
Is it commission or
Commission.
commission, I think, yeah.
So to public service and to the commission to invite them in. All those in favor? All opposed? 51. DPW repaint the blue line crosswalk in front of the police station. Receive and adopt.
So moved.
For the DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 52, that the DPW replace the no parking signs down by Cilantro on Jarvis Ave.
Receive,
They've been
adopt.
removed or they've fallen down. So
Could I have my name added to
yeah,
this one?
adding Counselor Jordan.
Thank you.
So receive.
Can we add parking for Donovans only?
There's an ordinance that signs are supposed to be there, and they just
That's right.
vanished.
Yeah.
So the neighbors are saying
They're not,
that.
yeah.
So motion is receive and adopt to send to DPW to put back
Correct.
what's already in ordinance.
That's right. That's been an ordinance for a long time.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 53, DPW repair the playground area swing set at Kenny Field and then redo the chips. Motion is receive, adopt.
So
They've
moved.
already responded to me on that, so.
Second.
They need the chips up there.
Yeah.
Aye.
So all those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? 54.
Make a motion to suspend the rules, take 54 and 62 as a package, refer to finance.
54 and 62 as a
Second.
package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 54 is $48,045 from capital stabilization to RMV vehicles. 62 is $19,450 from capital stabilization to professional engineering services, both to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Make
opposed?
a motion to suspend the rules to take 57, 58, 59, and 60 as a package and adopt this evening.
All right, so
Second.
55, 56 were already taken up.
Question on 55. I know we already adopted, it's all set, but did we get a copy of that for our records on number 55? Because normally we get that sort of detail at the finance, and even though we adopted, I'd like to have could somebody send me a copy of the
Yeah, we
details
did.
of 55, please? Thank
Yep.
you.
All right. So then
We're on 57.
57, 58, 59 is a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 57 is $25,511.58 to injured on duty. 58 is $9,952.04 for injured on duty. And then 59 is $2,293.90 for injured on duty. First two are police. The second one is fire. Let me, 57.
Yeah. You have all four? As a package?
10,
Looks like there's.
10 for
improvement.
57.
Okay.
These are, usually it's a one-pay period or
Oh,
two-pay
wait,
period.
hold on. Counselor McGivern. If you look at the computer screen, we are down to 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh.
5, 6, 7, 8. 57, 58, 59 to finance.
Saying anything?
You wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, would you?
Could have lost.
Maybe it's just a computer glitch or something.
As of right now, you can't vote on them. You need 9.
We need 9.
Oh, 8?
Well, Tessa was on Zoom, and so was Jose.
Well, we have a quorum with 7, right?
Yeah, but we need 9 to
9.
vote.
Oh, yeah, financial, you would need 9. Oh,
So what's it?
motion
If
to
they're injured
table.
on duty, we can table them. I mean,
Yeah, just
All right.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
57, 58, 59, motion to table.
They didn't even say goodbye.
All those in favor?
No.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Now that's not following decorum. How do you leave without saying goodbye?
They didn't exercise the First Amendment rights. I mean, we were getting lectures on that. Okay.
All right, 60. is
Table also.
tabled.
Yep.
All right, 61 from Counselor McGivern, which the,
We already.
We already
Yeah,
took
you
care of
did.
that.
Done.
that was the replacement order. For,
oh, yeah,
did it.
done. That was passed.
That's all set.
62.
We did it.
We sent
did
to
it.
finance.
That's a
Did.
finance. 63 is Counselor
I
McGivern.
refer to committee on ordinance.
Yeah.
This is DPW install crosswalks to ordinance.
Yeah, this will require an ordinance.
All
And
opposed.
a copy to the engineer,
Copy to engineer.
please.
All right, 64 from Councilor Murphy Armillera, or that
DGR.
council adopt a resolution. So that would be for
Well,
TIF,
64,
that's-
65, 66 would all go to DGR.
All right, so take
Well,
64, 65, and 66
66.
as a package.
67, 68,
Oh,
68,
69,
your favorite
Nine.
tips.
70.
Oh,
70. So taking
70.
Bartley
4
tips.
to 70
Oh, yeah, send them all DGR.
as a
We'll
package.
talk about TIFs.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 64, already said. 65 is
all
a
tips.
special another TIF for 84 Sergeant Street. 66 is for Main Street, or Ray Street by Main Street. 67 is 380 Dwight Street. 68 is for North Bridge Street. 69 is Redevelopment Authority. It's just another TIF, but let's see here. Last one is City Council reapprove on October the authorization of transfer of property. So for 160 Middle Water Street. So all those to DGNR. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? 71 is from Councilor Puello, that a handicap.
Well, what happened to 68 and 9 and 70?
All to DGNR.
Oh, you are, okay.
DGR.
As a
I missed
package.
that. All right. Got my notes here. Thank you.
71 is a handicaps.
Ordinance.
So to ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 72, another
Ordinance.
one for 565 South Canal Street to ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 73 is Way Restaurant, please
That
be
should go to
invited
DGR, I think.
to plans for the public, so that's DGR.
GR.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 74 from Councilor Paula, Councilor Rivera, that the DPW please draft a plan to update the current actions taken for tree infestation, so that would be to
Public safety.
Public safety. All
Thank
those
you.
in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 75 from Councilor Jenny Rivera, handicap sign at
Ordinance.
19.
Ordinance.
So that's the ordinance. 76 for Councilor Israel Rivera, that the Hoyoke form a work group focused on development of solutions, ongoing issues at High Street. So that would be
Public safety
Oh, that says
safety.
receive, adopt, and refer to the mayor, I guess.
with a copy to public safety.
Yeah, how about receive, adopt, send to the mayor, copy to public safety? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 77 from Councilor Rivera, that representatives of the Hoyoke Mall come before the Public Safety Committee to talk about safety concerns, so to public safety.
All in
All those
favor?
in
Aye.
favor? All opposed? 78, order that the Park and Rec and the mayor prioritize repairs and improvements for the following parks. So
Receive and refer to the mayor.
receive
Yeah.
to the mayor
Yep.
and Park and Rec.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 79, Park and Rec explore the cost for picnic area for Pouliot Pool. Motion would be receive.
Yeah, 7980, I think you take as a package, send them to Park and Rec Department, ask them to respond in a couple months.
Could I
I think
could
they
I have my
already
name
did,
added
so.
to 79 and 80, please?
So add Counselor Jordan to 79, 80. 80 is Park and Rec explore the cost for adding more shade for Pouliot Pool. So receive, refer to Park and Rec with a reply.
A couple months.
I think they already did reply, so just say the September meeting.
Perfect.
It's already there. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Pool is open till August 20th, by the way.
What was that?
The pool closes on the 20th of August.
That early?
I know. Unfortunately, it's a lifeguard problem.
All right, so 81 from Councilor Rivera, that reps of the Hoyoke House Authority come in to provide an update on Topher Apartments. So
Public safety.
say public safety. All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. President?
Yep.
I think Councilman Jordan made a good point about the pool. Maybe we can hire him back over there. Weren't you a lifeguard over there
Oh, yeah.
at one time?
I was.
They could use you this year.
Oh, yeah.
Get them open until
Sure,
Labor
high
Day
demand.
anyways, right?
A high demand profession.
82, that the city partner with local universities and colleges to research city tax dollars spent within the
This would
city.
be a motion receive and refer to the mayor.
So receive to the mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 83, install a fishnet for basketball to deter basketballs falling into neighborhood. So receive, resend to Park and Rec and DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 84, that the grass lot on the corner of Lyman and North Summer be mowed. Receive, adopt, send to Board of Health. Because they're the ones that will then send
Well,
out.
who owns that lot?
Well, they'll go
Does the
look
city
at
own
it,
it?
and if they have to mow it, then they deal with the charge.
Is it our lot?
Well, we're either going to mow it or we're going to hand somebody a ticket to go mow their private property. I would
Yeah,
assume.
usually just call the Board of Health. It's a lot
Board of
easier.
Health.
Yeah.
Board of Health.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 85. The Law Department, along with Public Health, come into
Public safety.
the Lyman, so that'd be Public Safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 86. The Mayor, DPW, provide a system for volunteers to register to clean up Hoyoke.
Receive and
So
refer to the mayor.
Receive to the mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Counselor Tallman, that the DPW paint the crosswalk at the corner of Howard and Hamden Street. Receive, adopt.
Refer to
Send to
DPW.
Yeah, that's a constituent request. I know they just did Hamden Street over after they did all the pipe, the water lines, but there is some down by Nonotuck, but there's not too many cross areas up in that upper area because it's a cross street. for people to get across there, and it's a very, very highly traveled area. So if they could take a look at that.
So receive, adopt, send to DPW. 88, Counselor Tallman, that DPW engineer consider putting stop signs at the following corners, so that would be ordinance.
Ordinance, or if can make an amendment to put that, if they can't put the signs up the line, the white line, like the stop line, because people are coming out of there, so they could just at least see that white line repainted.
Counselor Tallman, you know anybody who lives up that way?
A few people.
So to ordinance, and they can vet that and see what can come out. 89 is from Counselor Tallman, the police department put a radar trailer at the following location. So receive, adopt,
Send to
to HPD.
I just got a report that they did put that sign back up there on that telephone pole, the small one, and it is working.
Yep.
But it's almost like just about maybe 50 feet before it starts, it flashes. But it's only a small square one, maybe by 8 by 10. So if we could also get the trailer up there, I know there's a trailer that moves around the city. A lot of the neighbors have the signs out there, are you traveling 25 miles per hour? So it is working, but to have that sign out there with flashing, the trailer would be great.
Yeah, Counselor Bartley.
That sign that you got in there at, in Smith's Ferry as you're coming south at Smith's Ferry before you hit the Mountain Park gate, that one really has an effect.
That is a good one, yeah.
That one, I think it grabs everybody's attention.
Oh, it does.
You're a quarter mile back, and you know.
You see it, yeah.
You know when you're misbehaving. You're way ahead of time. So that's a good one. We should get more of those.
They're costly, probably,
Yeah.
but we should, yeah.
Budget. All right, 90 from Counselor Tallman, Personnel Director, consider a 1-hour diversity training for City Council. So
if the president could set that up, and what we talked about tonight, decorum, and why can't we all just get along, right?
So how about receive, adopt, send to...
I don't see it as the same topic.
Yeah.
As long as we all get to sing at some point. I want a song.
Okay.
Hey, can we do that during public speak out?
Sure.
Yes.
Well, we'll do receive, adopt, and I'll follow up with them as to getting a time set up. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 91 from Councilor Bacon, Bartley, and Puello, that the City Council adopt a resolution seeking our state delegations to support reinstating no electronic tolls from Westfield to West Springfield. So
thank you, Mr. President. And I want to acknowledge Counselor Bartley because he was using very good decorum when he reached out to our state rep to let her know I was filing this order.
All right.
So I'm hoping that it can help alleviate some of the truck traffic trouble that we're having on Homestead.
Okay.
So receive, adopt, and send to our state delegation, which would include Senator Vilas and Rep.
I just want to offer a friendly amendment that we refer to DGR so that they can come back to us with a little feedback at some point on their efforts. That would be very helpful. And
Right,
Mrs.
so
Duffy's aware of this.
Adopt with a copy to DG&R.
Receive, adopt with a copy. With a copy to the committee.
Have them
of Freedom of-
follow up.
Yeah, have
a conversation.
follow up with a DGR meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
That sounds good.
Yep. So motion is receive, adopt, copy to DGNR for follow-up. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 92 from Councilor Anderson Burgos, order that Linden Street at the intersection of Beach Street be repaved. So motion be receive, adopt. So DPW? Yeah, all those in favor?
I got a problem with that one. I'm trying to figure out that intersection. Linden goes this way, Beach goes this way, right? No? Okay.
So if you're going down Linden,
Right?
at the end of Linden, it turns right.
In front of the high school.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, by the high school? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that road's a disaster.
So it's right across from the parking lot.
Well,
Okay.
It should be broken into 2 lanes.
Well, the arrows have to be repainted, so the arrows.
Okay, no problem.
It should be broken into 2 lanes. There's people like on this side who need to make a left. And so if
Well, if it's just lanes, if you can take a left or right.
Okay.
Right.
it should be split. And I don't know why it was never split.
Well, let's get it paved.
Might not be enough room to be split,
Get
but
it paved. That's
Well, if the
streets.
road's
That's off.
there, you're gonna go left or right. So I don't think you need no answer. Right.
Good order.
All right.
Good order.
So 93. Councilor Anderson Burgos, order that when use of the building is permits for the city departments but not city council approved. What do you want to do with this one? To ordinance, copy to legal?
Man,
All those
what
in
is-
favor?
But
I
it,
don't understand this.
What bill?
Changing-
City bill? Okay.
Well, I,
Oh, I think I know what you're driving at.
Yeah.
Yes,
What?
it's a good order, actually.
well, I don't know what he's driving, what's he
It is,
driving at?
Because,
You ready?
yeah, what,
Of a building?
I'll let Juan speak for himself, but what he's getting at here is smart because what it's saying is in the event they're making changes that ultimately don't require our approval, they should let us know because they're granting things that impact neighborhoods and we're not even aware of them, and then all of a sudden, boom, we got, we're finding out things are popping up in neighborhoods and we don't have the information we need to talk to citizens. And we had a recent public speak out, at the senior center on one of those.
What?
So this is,
Correct, yeah.
we'll find out in committee.
So to make a rule that they should tell us what they're making for changes,
Disclose.
yeah,
Provide
exactly.
disclosure. So 93 is to ordinance, copy to legal. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, late files, we're getting there. Only 20. Just kidding. A, from Councilor McGee, that the treasurer and Mass Munifin come before the Finance Committee to update on the overall progress of the department and the scope of service work being done.
Finance?
Finance. All those in favor?
aye.
All opposed?
B, we did.
C is from Councilor McGivern.
We can make a motion to suspend the rules and take final action tonight.
All right, so C motion is to suspend the rules, take up final action. All those in favor?
What's the item?
I'm going to read it in a second.
How about B?
It's
What is it?
DPW.
Shouldn't I know what it is before I vote to take final action?
It's a crosswalk.
Not your guess.
Paint a crosswalk at the corner of Jarvis, Cherry Street, crossing over from Jarvis Ave.
That sounds
It's-
fine.
West Cherry.
If I could out as quickly as I possibly can, I talked to Councilor Bacon and Councilor Anderson Burgos today. I think they still want to sign on. Councilor Bacon has an order in public safety that deals with a crosswalk on Jarvis with the problem that has evolved
Oh, it's a crosswalk.
recently. If you drive up Cherry Street right now and you start at Maple Crest, Dale Street, and even go beyond, you're going to see these, and the DPW has done a great job in the past month, these beautifully painted crosswalks getting pedestrians across a very dangerous road within our city. This particular request comes from the school department where Jackie Glashane, in her capacity, has at least two families
Finance.
that have children that will be going to Sullivan School this year. And they're requesting that when they come out of West Cherry, that there be a crosswalk there. Now, if you go in West Cherry, if you know Michelle Ave and Dr. George Frost Drive, there's 23 homes in there. I think they're all Ward 5, but I forget where the ward line
George
is.
Frost.
George Frost is.
And these families have no way of pedestrians have no way of coming out there and getting across Jarvis. So I did reach out, and Councilor Bacon reached out to Chris Baker today in the past. The problem at West Cherry is we put the guardrails in there to protect the homes because of the speed that comes down and the homes getting hit by cars that don't make that curve. The problem, the crosswalk is not a problem, but the state law requires the handicap accessible, even when there's no sidewalk, a handicap accessible ramp be placed on each side where the crosswalk goes. The guardrail makes it very difficult to do. When I did stop up there before the meeting tonight, I think there's room to do it. And I'm going to hope that we can work with the engineer and work with the DPW on finding out a way to accommodate everybody and to at least, hopefully not a false sense of security, because we know this happens on Homestead and elsewhere, but at least give a crosswalk there that is a tool to parents knowing that children can, cross the street and with some security, and work with the, of course, with the PD and stuff as far as drivers who are not following the basic rules of driving. But that's my story, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt it tonight to hopefully do something by school opening in September.
Counselor Bacon.
So that's why I filed the order in June for the engineer to look up there, but I didn't stipulate where it would go because I know that area is very tricky.
It is.
The other problem with that area is I already have an order filed that the engineer spent a year looking at, and he's listed Cherry Street and Whiting Farms as the top two roads that need speed calming. Now, there's already a crosswalk up there, and the reason I filed those other orders is because people are almost getting hit in the crosswalks. So I'm almost thinking, and I don't even know if it's possible or not, that we should somehow petition the school to have the bus pick up those kids. I mean, I just think it's a bad place to have kids crossing the street up there. And there is no traffic calming that has happened up there yet. I'd rather see them get on a bus and get driven over to the school. If they can suspend rules due to safety concerns or whatever. Because I've been up there a lot. I mean, it's a breakdown lane, the cars fly by. I mean, it's not good.
It's a wide road.
It's not good. So I don't know if that's a possibility, but I think it would be a lot safer for the kids.
What do we want to do with Counselor Jane?
Yeah. Obviously, the engineer will have to study. Obviously, I lived in that exact location for many, many years, so I'm very familiar with it. I would add that the thing that I would be concerned about from a crosswalk perspective is it's at a curve, and you got people walking across the street right there, and these drivers are not paying attention, and they're whipping around that corner, right? That's going to be really, really dangerous. So if they do put a crosswalk there, they got to make sure there is either super signage or notice or something to drivers, or they're going to do something to get those folks to pay attention to the crosswalk. The other thing you may want to consider with the guardrail, and they have to do this down by the Riverdale shops in West Springfield, is because they have this huge guardrail across the center. What they did is they have put holes into the guardrail where they take out a section to allow for the crosswalk, and then people can get behind the crosswalk. Understood, but you know, if you can get behind the crosswalk, behind the guardrail potentially by having an opening, something for them to also consider. Because I don't want to see the guardrails eliminated, because those are there for a reason, to protect those homes. So, yeah, a tricky area, but it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. But hopefully they come back with a proposal, whatever they do, so that neighbors and the city council can feel comfortable with it.
Well, hold on, Councilor McGivern, then Councilor McGivern.
Point's well taken. And just to add, though, the issue becomes the sidewalk is on the east side of Jarvis only.
Right.
And where the guardrail is, there's not a lot of room on the inside of the guardrail.
Right.
So if any pedestrian, not just students going to Sullivan School, but any pedestrian coming out of West Cherry has got to walk in the breakdown lane,
right,
unless they cross over.
It's got to be reconfigured.
The sidewalk.
Yeah.
And I, you know, I said to the chief of police at one of our, it might have been the budget hearings, you know, we've got a serious traffic issues in the city of Holyoke, and it seems to be growing every day on just blatant abuse to the fundamental rules of the road. And it's sad, whether it's running red lights, stop signs, speed, it just gets sadder and sadder to see this blatant abuse in front of us. And we need a traffic, department, a traffic squad within the police department. He said he's finally at a point where he can start thinking about it again with the amount of police officers coming out of the academy, with the budget supporting, I think we're up to 88 or 89 patrol officers. And I can't support that enough to start combating Jarvis and Cherry Street and Homestead and into so many different areas. And in Ward 4, if Councilor Givner was here, she could tell us, because I remember fighting for Beach Street many years ago, and a lot of things need to be done. It's not just all about enforcement. It's also sometimes roads and traffic calming mitigation needs to take place. But right now, there's crosswalks at every one of the streets I just said, except West Cherry. Mm-hmm. So if they come out, they have to go left or right to go to a crosswalk. That's just as dangerous. There's a quick, looks like, and there is some visibility with the curve on if you're coming out on the right side of West Cherry, if you could fit a crosswalk there, it might be helpful, but that's my story.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. So I was wondering if we receive and adopt to send it over to the engineer to see what he could do similar to the other one. Could we also send it over to the Joint Committee on Schools to ask them to look at an alternative transportation thing? Because whatever happens isn't going to happen in a minute, especially if it involves a sidewalk or something. I mean, it's going to take months. But could we perhaps send it over there too, and maybe they could come up with a temporary transportation fix, maybe?
Sounds good.
So how do you want it?
So to send it, to receive, adopt, and send it over to the engineer, but also send it to the joint school committee
All right, so
for,
motion,
to consider alternate transportation, given the safety issues there.
motion is receive, adopt, send it to DPW engineer, within a copy to joint committee to discuss and come up with alternative transportation ideas. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? D is and this should go with when we're doing the ballot question for the treasurer, that was referred back to committee. This is the act establishing and appointing a treasurer. This would go to the legislature, so
Charter and
refer this
rules.
through charter and rules.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is it.
Hey, wow, look at that.
Motion to
is
adjourn.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We stand adjourned. Have a good night.